2. All right. All right. John's in the building. What's up, John? Welcome in. Omar, appreciate you tapping in. Welcome into the stream, y'all. Welcome in. Let me see. Give me a second. I'll update a few things. I get a couple things rolling here. Darren's in the building. What's up, Darren? Welcome in to the stream. Let's see. Y'all, welcome in. Welcome to Track Talk, y'all. We're going to get flowing here with some music in the next few minutes. Let me just get a few things organized, and then we'll be ready to go. And I appreciate you tapping in. Good to see you. Is it Datney? Thank you so much for hopping in the stream. I appreciate you being here. Let's see. Let's see. Zach's in the building. What's up, Zach's? Cosme's welcome in as well. I appreciate you being here. Y'all, welcome into the stream. I appreciate y'all joining. Welcome to Track Talk. If y'all are coming in for the first time, Z, good to see you. What's up, Z? If y'all are coming in for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make. Stuff like that. Would love to chat for a little bit, get to know y'all. We'll talk about music, answer some questions, and then of course we'll dive into some music, listening to y'all's music here in just a little bit as well. I'll explain kind of the whole format of the live stream in the next couple minutes as well. Adnan, welcome in. Appreciate you joining the stream. Welcome in. Gitano, welcome in as well. Let me see. I hope y'all are doing an amazing today. Nick is in the building. What's up, Nick? Welcome in to the stream. Drelly, welcome in as well. Or Dre, welcome in as well. Sam, Anu, welcome in. How are y'all feeling today? Once again, if you're coming in for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. Let me know if you make music, the kind of music that you make. Atomic, appreciate you joining. What's up? Welcome in. I love Michael Jackson. What do you think of him? I love Michael Jackson as well. Obviously, one of the probably one of the most important artists of in history. Let me see. Marcus, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Welcome in. Mikhail, welcome in as well. Dean, appreciate you joining the stream. I probably can. I probably cannot. Nick, thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that so much. Y'all keep tapping the screen as well. Like the live, share the live with a few people. If you don't mind sending in your heart me for the day, it does really help out the live stream as well. Neiman, welcome in as well. Papito, welcome in as well. Appreciate you joining the stream. Let me know where y'all are joining from. Mikhail, thanks for the follow. Let me know where y'all are joining from. If you make music, we'd love to talk music with you, about the kind of music that you make, what you're doing, what you're using. We'll talk and we'll answer some questions here in a second. But do you trust that him? Do I trust what? Wait, do I trust what? No, I don't think so. I think he's a very misunderstood individual, but I'm not going to dive too deep into that. Let me see. Let me double check a few things here. Give me one moment, y'all, before we get flowing with the music here. Good vibes. Appreciate you tapping into the stream. Sabaton, I don't think I have heard. I don't think I've heard. Julius, welcome in though. I'm glad you're here. I appreciate you joining the stream. Let me see. Glendrix, appreciate you tapping in. Let me see. Good vibes. Yeah, definitely. Everything is at the link in my bio. If you want to submit for either the free line, which is up to 2 minutes of a listen, or if you want to get into the full consultations, all that's there as well. Doma, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate it. Y'all, if anyone who would like to submit, everything's at the link in my bio. Everything's at the link in my bio. Gabe, appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in. Dan, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me know where y'all are joining from. If you make music, we'd love to talk music with you for a little bit, about what you do, how long you've been doing it, the style of music that you make, if you're in a band, whatever it is. We'll chat a little bit about the music, and then we'll get into listening to y'all's music in the next couple minutes here. Let me see. Fan, welcome in. Appreciate you being here, y'all. Welcome to Track Talk. Welcome in. I'll explain the whole structure of the live stream in the next few minutes. We'll just give me a moment to get a couple things organized here, and then I'll explain kind of what we do at Track Talk, the different lines, kind of the different formats of what we do here. And we'll get rolling here in just a moment. Let me get something situated here. CT, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. If y'all are coming in on TikTok as well, do me a huge favor. Make sure y'all are liking the live, share out the live with a few people, repost. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. And we'll get flowing with music here in a second. I'm just updating the different platforms that we're live on. We are officially live now on TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. So we're going to get rolling here in a moment. You can. You can. It depends on what line you're kind of submitting to. I'll explain it here in a second, but these are real. If you're on the consultation side, they're really detailed. They're like 20 to 30 minute consultations. They're deep dives. They're really in-depth breakdown of the structure of your music. That is more helpful the more control you have over your music. So that'd be one of the limitations. Ryan, thank you for hopping in. Appreciate you being here. Atomic Annie, I got your submission. Appreciate you being here. So that's kind of my, I don't necessarily prefer it just because like I said, a lot of the background of what we're doing is very in depth. It's very geared towards people that have, a lot more input on the way that they approach their music. So kind of depends on what you're looking for. Of course, we can talk songwriting. We can talk, phrasing and song structure and lyrical formatting and stuff like that. But that's going to be some of the limitations there. Atomic Robinson, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. Okay, we're starting to get some submissions in. We're getting things rolling. Yep, links in the bio. I'll explain the live. Give me just about 30 seconds, and I'll explain kind of the format of what we do and the structure of kind of the live stream here. Wonder's in the building. What's up, Wonder? Good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. Welcome in. Welcome in. Let me see. Me and my friend are thinking of starting a music duo. Love it already. Any starting tips? I mean, that's very broad. It's very, very, very broad. But I think if you're looking at the idea of starting a duo, one is just kind of figuring out what your identity is, what your, not to be too markety about it, but like what's your target audience? What's the style of music that you like? What is it that you enjoy? And then the phrase that I kind of tell people, and this is more on the musical side when we're talking about mixing, we're talking about production, session work, whatever it is. Lyrics and things like that is try to point as many things in the same direction as possible. It doesn't mean you can't branch out. It doesn't mean you can't be creative and loose and interesting in the way that you approach your art and your creativity. But I think the more things pointed in the same direction, the more likely you are to get traction for that thing. So if your goal is kind of like dark, moody, aesthetic, like alt pop or something like that, then the way that you approach building lyrics, the way that you build your production and your sound design choices, the way that you mix those records, the way that you perform, the aesthetic that you have visually. Those are all things that the more you point those in the same direction and have them complement each other, the more likely people are going to gravitate towards what you do because of what you do. A lot of the bands and the artists and the people that we love and enjoy to listen to as far as the art that they create, we like for a very specific reason. It's the way that they do what they do. It's their aesthetic. It's their vibe. It's where they came from. It's their region. It's whatever it may be, right? So I think the more that you can point, whether you're a duo, you're an artist, you're a band, you're a solo act, whatever it is, you're a songwriter, the more that you can point things in the same direction, the more likely you're going to get traction for it. Samson, thank you so much for the follow. Issa, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate that a lot. Y'all, we're going to get rolling here in a second. Give me a moment. I'm going to refresh some things on my end here. Thank you for the follow, y'all. Appreciate it. Aid, appreciate that so much. Thank you for tapping in today. All right, we're getting things rolling. Okay, really quick, let's dive into kind of the two veins that we have here for the live stream, just really quickly. For one, McCurtis, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you a lot. Thank y'all for coming in, being generous with your time already. I appreciate that so much. If you've never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. This is a great live stream. It's centered around musicians, artists, producers, engineers, songwriters, vocalists, whatever it may be. Anyone who's creative in the musical space. That's kind of what the target of this live stream is, or just people that enjoy that environment. So whether or not you are you're an artist yourself or a musician yourself, producer yourself, if you represent those people or you are in some way connected to those people, then hopefully will be a great community for you. It's a great positive space. We're not here to roast people and trash people and tear them down. But let me go ahead and give you kind of the rundown of the two lanes of this stream. We have two things that we do. One, of course, is just the free line that we have. That free line, level 31 in the fan club. Let's go, Olivia. Appreciate it. Canadia's in the building. Welcome back. I appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in. Chris, I got you with your submission as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We have two lanes here. One is a free line. That free line is an up to 2 minute listen on your song, up to 2 minutes. And then after that, we'll give a quick note on the song and then we'll move on. Those are pretty quick. And when we get to the occasion of getting through those, we'll do our best to be nice and concise with those. Like I said, up to 2 minutes of your song with a quick note at the end to hopefully help you improve on certain aspects of it or celebrate certain aspects of it, depending on where you're at in your journey. The other side of the line is the consultation side. Those are the paid submissions. They'll start at 10. the paid submissions and the paid consultations, those are a deep dive. Those are 20 to 30 minutes a piece. They're long. They're too long. They're 20 to 30 minutes a piece. They're multiple listens to your song. We'll typically go through your song 2 to 3 different times over that 20 to 30 minutes to dive into the mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song formatting, so on and so on. Like I said, they're a deep dive. The goal is to really get into the nuances and the details of what you're doing both creatively and practically in your music. Those are not quick reviews. There's not a trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls attached to them. They are a deep dive consultation into the structure of your music. Jewel, thank you for the follow. Jeff, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Both of those submissions are in the same place. So you can go there. You can submit for free if you would like to, up to that 2-minute mark. Or if you want to go straight into a consultation and dive deep into your music, then of course you can feel free to join that line as well. Everything's at the link in my bio. Gabriel, welcome in. Everything's at the link in my bio for both of those. Same place you'll check the line. So if you want to see the line, the order, where you're at, if you want to skip, you want to move faster, anything, all of that's at the same link in my bio. Just go to my profile, click on that link, and you'll see everything that you need right there. Wonder, I got you as well. So Wonder and Chris, I got you in line already to go, and we've got a bunch of people on the other line as well. For those of you who don't know, really quickly, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. I've done that for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist, so the whole structure and perspective of this live stream is from that perspective. It's to really just dive into the nuances of your music, dive into what you're doing creatively, and hopefully, ideally, offer some practical, professional, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music. Let's see. Let me catch up on just a few questions. I'll try to answer some questions in between songs as well. Every couple songs, we'll dip back into the free just to get a quick 2-minute listen, then jump back into the consultation line. So we're going to try to bounce around a little bit to make sure that as many people as is reasonable get heard. Isa, thank you so much for the roses. I appreciate that a lot. Levy with the community heart. I appreciate that. Let me see. So I'll answer just a couple things really quick or respond to a couple things really quick. And then we'll dive into the music. Chris, got you with the submission. Appreciate you so much. Chef, I'm a battle rapper. My battles on YouTube. Could you react and give me feedback? Absolutely, yeah. Same. It'll be the same note for everybody. If you want to submit music in any form, everything's at the link in my bio. Let me see. I appreciate the follows, y'all. Y'all are amazing. Thank y'all so much for that. Let me catch up on just a few little things here. TikTok is so annoying. Every time someone new comments, it kicks me back down to the bottom of the line. It's an absolute nightmare. Greetings from Turkey, Jewel. Thank you so much for tapping in from Turkey. I appreciate you being here. Is it nobody? Oh, nobody. It looked like an A from here. I was going to say nobody. Nobody. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Yep. If anybody would like to submit, we're about to dive into our first song right now. It's from Chris. Let's get into it. If you would like to submit your music, like I said, either for the free line or for the consultation side, which is the deep dives, then everything's at the link in my bio. Really quickly, if you are on the Purple app that we're live on as well, over on Twitch, actually, I'm just going to say it. If you're over on Twitch, you can just type !submit right there in the chat. If you're on YouTube, you can go to the description for the live stream and everything is right there. Let's get into some music. We got Chris in the building. Let's go. This is Fool to Love. Chris, I've heard your music before. I'm pretty sure the name is seeming really familiar. Obviously, I see, over the course of a live stream, it's like 1,500 names, so I try to do my best to remember songs, names, artist names, stuff like that. So I'll do my best. To remember. The name seems super familiar, so I think I've heard at least one song from you. If not, please let me know. Obviously, there's a lot of. Last week you reviewed one for my. Okay, that's exactly right. I was like, it sounds super familiar. I'm pretty sure I heard one recently. So let's get into it. Let's see. This is Chris Jennett. I'm excited to get into it, man. This is an older one, but I think I hit something good with it, and I'm revisiting it as inspiration for my new stuff. So this song is released. This song is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, Stolen, thanks for the follow. If you like what you hear, you can stream it, you can like it, you can add it to your playlist, you can support on DSPs and follow there, of course. You can follow here on platforms as well. I paid for the skip last time. It was worth it 100%. Wonder, thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. That's very kind of you to say. Why am I? Thanks for the follow. Carlson's, thank you for the follow as well. Y'all are amazing. Thank y'all for being so generous with your time, with your follows, your gifts. I mean, it means so much. Thank you. All right, let's get into it. This is Crass. It's Crass. This is Crass. This is Chris Jennett. This is Fool to Love. I've heard one song from them before, so let me pull it up on Spotify really quick, and we'll get into the using. Thank you for the follow. Let's get into it. Once again, y'all, I'll remind y'all over the course of the live, but if you want to submit, it's all at the link in my bio. Everything's for either line. It's all at the link in my bio. All right, let's go, Chris. This is Fool to Love. And you said you're using this kind of aesthetic as kind of inspiration for your future stuff is kind of what I'm hearing?
Love, it'll take you out. It'll tear you limb from limb. Love, you can live without. It's either
beautiful. Love it.
sink or swim. The sirens, they keep calling.
I love that, like Bigsby. That's nice.
And the darkness keeps growing.
This is from 9 years ago, too, y'all. 9 years ago.
Victim of love, a fool to love. Victim of love, a fool to love. Love, it can bring you back from the brink of death. Love, it'll save your soul with each and every breath.
Nice. Beautiful harmonies.
And the ghosts, they will appear. Try to take it all away.
Nice.
But don't fight the fear. There's always another way.
Great melodies.
Victim of love, a fool to love. Victim of love, a fool to love. Victim of love, a fool.
Nice little B3 in the background.
Victim of love, a fool to love. Victim of love, a fool to love. Victim of love, a fool to love.
Good structure, good repetition. Very nice, man. Very, very, very nice. Y'all show some love to Chris right here in the chat. That song, same name right here, is the same name that you can look up on DSPs if you would like to stream that song. Like I said before, it is out on platforms. Anytime something released, I want to make sure that y'all know where to find them. So definitely make sure that you stream that track, go like it, go add it to your playlist, all of that fun stuff. Let's run it from the top. Let's dig into some details here, but that is Fool to Love by Chris Jennett right here in the chat. Do you like 80s music? 80s music is my jam. Zane, 80s music is my it's why I have all these vintage synths. That's my jam. Yeah, I'll show some love to Chris one more time. I love the 80s. I love the 80s so much. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Once again, welcome from Finland. I appreciate you tapping in. Welcome into the stream. If you would like to submit your music, everything is at the link in my bio. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some details here. I want to talk about a few things, especially, here's the thing. This song is out and it is what it is, so I don't want to necessarily break down things that, in my opinion, should be like changed about a structure like this. You have a beautiful voice, great harmony structure, great songwriting, good storytelling. There's so many things that you're doing well, so I don't want to touch necessarily that. My vision is hopefully just to kind of align with your vision for how you want to take this and use it. Again, this is a 9-year-old song for you, and apply it to future records. That's kind of what I want to look at as well. 100%. I want to, like, how can we take what we have here edit, polish, certain elements that kind of drive the feeling and the emotion of the song and apply it to a future record 10 years later, 9 years later. That's kind of what I'm looking at. But y'all, please show some love to Chris one more time. Let's dive into it. Let's run it from the top. Fool to Love by Chris. Let's get into it, man.
Love, it'll take you out. It'll tear you limb from limb.
Okay, so a couple small things, because I think you're doing, and there might be some things that we talked about in the last record here that maybe have already been corrected, and you can correct me if that's already happened too. But one of the few things that I would love to tackle here is good double tracking of the acoustic guitar. What you have early on here is good, obviously a great, strong vocal performance. Bass comes in really, really clean. We have a single tracked acoustic guitar here, all sitting on the left side, right? So your picking pattern, which I actually don't mind, you offset it a little bit with this organ on the right side. So you have some high, like pedal tone, like, drones on the organ on the right side. And then on the left side, you have your single track acoustic guitar. I don't actually mind starting there. Rico, welcome in. I don't mind starting there. I don't mind starting with a little bit of like a limited, like restrained mix. But once the song kind of bum, 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 once everything kind of kicks in and the structure of the song, blooms just a little bit, I would love to then open up the mix with a double track of the acoustic guitar. Otherwise, what's happening is like the 40% of the mix, 30% of the mix is kind of 80% pan to one side. That's all of your progression, all of the movement right there. We have our center bass and then all of the progression holding instruments on the left side, right? So you have this kind of bias over to one side. I would love to like open that up as soon as like the drums come in and as soon as like the bass comes in with that walk up right there. I would love to like double track the acoustic guitar so it feels all of a sudden the song starts restrained. It starts more vulnerable and a little bit more, close, and then it kind of opens up together. That way, for one, the mix rebalances out. It feels wide again. It feels, nice and stereo. And then it also just feels like the dynamic shift a little bit more. I'm gonna play that one more time here. Small detail, but it's as simple as keeping that double track and then just playing it again on the other side with either like a slightly different mic position or stereo miking, and depending on how you're running acoustic guitars. I keep this over here.
Love,
Beautiful.
it'll take you out. It'll tear you limb from
And then like right there, as soon as you hit the boom, 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 as soon as you hit like the 3 right there, boom, 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 from them, all that comes in. It's like nice and stereo right there. The whole mix kind of opens up, especially as you're taking this record from 9 years ago and kind of bringing it into today while still honoring some of these more like kind of folky undertones that you have here. You can still modernize and open up the mix a little bit more and again, double tracking is not modern. We've been doing this for decades and decades, but it can open up the mix just a little bit more. R3trac's in the building. What's up, R3trac Beats? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the heart me as well. I appreciate you joining. So that's one thing, right? Is again, the mix feels a little restrained and then it kind of stays there for a little bit longer than I'd want to. But beyond that, what is actually happening in the production, I think is great. So when we're talking about how do we take kind of what's here, but amplify it and open it up just a little bit more in a future record, something that's 9 years newer, I think having a stronger sound stage and a more open stereo field, especially with like really nice, clean, bright acoustic guitars would be really, really enjoyable to listen to.
love. You can live without.
Thank you for the follow.
It's either sink or swim.
Nice movement on the bass though, I like it.
Sirens, they keep calling.
So the guitar comes in intermittently here. It's a nice little chorusing, a little bit of like, it sounds like a Bigsby tremolo. You get this nice warmth from those guitars. It's one of the only things that in stereo kind of opens up the side of the mix right there. Otherwise, we're relying on all rhythmic elements 100% this way and only drones on the organ on this side. So opening even just the acoustic guitar. So the acoustic and the electric is constantly filling out that mix with your progression, some of those intermittent chords on the electric. Beautiful. Love the tone on that. The tone of most of the things that I'm hearing here, I absolutely, absolutely love. I'm not mad at anything that I'm hearing here. Beautiful harmonies.
It can bring you back
That's nice.
from the brink of death. Love,
Tambourine's great.
it'll save your soul. With each and
Love these stacks.
every breath.
Okay, one of the last things for me, DH, you can't just come up and play guitar. But if you would like to submit music, that's what we're doing here in the structure of the live stream here. Everything's at the link in my bio. I appreciate you. Thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that a lot. We have two sides of this. One, it's a free line, just a quick 2-minute listen of your music, and then we give a quick note. And then one is like a 30-minute breakdown. It's a deep dive. It's a long form consultation on your music, which is kind of what we're doing here, where we go back through what you do a couple times and break it down. But everything, regardless of where you want to be, everything is at the link in my bio. Appreciate you. Appreciate you tapping in, and thank you so much for the follow as well. One of the only other things to me, again, beautiful lyric structure, really, really nice harmonies in here. Those stacks are beautiful. I love the swells that you have in there. Those slow attack little transitions that you have. Those are beautifully executed. They sound so shimmery. They do a really, really great job of filling in the mix right there. I like that a lot. I love that so much. One of the only other things, Falmoy, what's up? Welcome in. Peace. One of the only other things, try to stick to 20. Sometimes it ends up being 30. Yeah, it depends on how deep we end up diving. Sometimes it's short, sometimes it's quick, especially if I've heard the record before and we're talking through a revision. That makes it a little bit quicker sometimes. And then other times I'm like, oh my God, I have an idea. And then we try something and it takes a while. But that's just me having fun too. That's just me having fun. One of the only other things, this is also a very, what's up, Tap Daddy? Appreciate you tapping in. Welcome over on the Purple app. Appreciate you tapping in. One of the only other things that I would address as far as actual sound design choices. This is a personal choice. This doesn't have to be the way anyone else approaches a style of music. I would love, especially in these like first verses and hooks, I'm going to go back to the first hook for a second. I would love brushes on the drums. Everything, again, the guitar is pretty subtle because it's only singular tracked. The bass is not crazy strong, which I don't mind. It's got a nice thud to it, but it's not really taking over the mix. We have a drone of an organ. We have, nice light swells on the guitars, beautiful vocal layers. Everything's fairly like soft and warm. For me, going straight to sticks on a pretty tight snare, it's pretty cranked. Having sticks on there to me feels a bit too abrupt and a bit too sharp as far as just the sound design choice of this. I would love some brushes on here as opposed to sticks. And these are just those like really, really subtle choices of using reeds, using mallets, using brushes, using sticks, that to me are just the small little decisions that can kind of shift the way that you approach the sound design in a song. But especially in a song like this, that's so soft, it's so easy to listen to. Once those drums come in, it really amplifies the energy of the song. Now that might actually, that might be what you wanted. So that's why I'm saying this is very personal as far as a choice in building sound design. You might have wanted, like, we needed to elevate this. We need to push it a little bit more. So for that reason, we chose sticks. But especially in these, the other thing you do is switch. I mean, this happens all. I've been drumming forever. Like, that's another thing you do. First verse is just brushes on the snare, kick and snare on the brushes, light taps on the ride, and you drop those and you go straight to reeds or sticks on the second verse and hook or something like that. There's always ways that we can kind of do it a little bit more intermittently. On Twitch, if you want to submit, type !submit right there in the chat, and then you'll see you should see everything you need to submit there.
You can live without.
So we have acrostic here. What's up, Roland? So here, this is first hook. I love it. It's got a really nostalgic feel. I love the chorusing on the guitar. All that's beautiful. And then we have a little bit more of a direct hit on the drums. I think if that was like softer and easier, at least maybe the whole song, but at least in the first half of the song, it would give us some breathing room to grow. Not like this is an incredibly high dynamic song or anything like that, but I do think it would create a little bit more closeness from that first part of the percussion structure, which for me gives us some room to grow dynamically, and also just keeps the whole aesthetic of the song feeling really soft. So I would, I don't have any nearby. I have my stick drawer or whatever, my stick holder over there. But I think, reeds maybe, those are a little bit softer than sticks, give you a little bit more texture and crunch. But I think brushes would be where I would go for a song like this. And you can still build up. I mean, I've done huge dynamic records with brushes, and they can still feel really strong. So if you want to go a bit more dynamically with wire brushes, you can still build it up quite a bit by layering in your guitars and strings, and some slides in the background. Obviously, vocal layers like you already have. Brushes can still feel really strong and really dynamic, but it also gives you a lot of restraint in those first halves that I think would be nice. So in my opinion, if you're able to open this up a little bit, so we double track the acoustics, we open up the stereo field, we soften the percussion a little bit, I think that balances out the mix for me, like balances out the production structure, and gives you some really, 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 really tasteful elements in there. I think will be really, really fun. Yeah, actually, the Nightbot just put it in there too. So yeah, if you want to submit over on Twitch, you can just type exclamation point submit. If you type exclamation point submit, it'll all pop. The link will pop up for you. I love your vocals. I think you said last time your vocals were your weak point too. I don't know if I actually agree. I think your vocals are raw, they're natural, and they're really good. I think they're very endearing to listen to. I don't think that your vocals are your weak point. And in fact, I don't really feel like there is too much of a weak point in this record. It's just choices, right? It's like these are great drums and they're great drum like sequencing, like the actual like rudiments of the drums and the playing of the drums is great. I think it's just like a stick choice, right? Like small little choices, right? I think you have a great voice, great songwriting, and I think your songwriting, like we were talking about before, everything points in the same direction to where I think all of these different elements that you're doing are pointed in the same direction. This is not a type of music or a style of music that I would want you to overproduce. I agree, Chris. It might be the way that you hear yourself, and I think everybody here can relate to that. I can 100% relate to that. That a lot of times the energy that we hold towards our own vocals is not the same standard that we hold other vocals to. And this is not the style of music that I would overproduce. This is one that I would keep, and this is part of why I don't want the drums to be too heavy. I don't want them to be too direct or too heavy or too compressed. Is because I want you to be able to utilize that natural voice the way that you are, and not have to overcompress it, overtune it, or anything like that, and have a softer percussion structure to allow that vocal to still shine. The time that you're going to start to feel the limits, absolutely, Firebolt, 100%. Any genre, any style, any genre, any style. Lyrics, no lyrics, mixed, unmixed. You know, early demo, work in progress, finished record, doesn't matter to me. Absolutely anything. But for me, if you were to really heighten this production structure and layer more, more synthesis, stronger drums, build out the electric guitars, you will feel more of a necessity to push those vocals to its limit. And I don't think that would be the best thing for the record. So that's why for me, I'm like, I would build around your vocal structure. And because your voice is really good in this range, sounds very endearing to listen to. It's warm, it's easy. Absolutely, I'm a big fan. I really, really like your vocal structure. From there, I would build around production elements that complement that. And so as soon as the drums get too snappy, as soon as the guitars get too loud, as soon as you don't have the support of the double track of the acoustic, you'll feel the need to overcompensate on the vocals, and I don't want you to have to do that. Let me get into the outro of the song here really quick. I really like your vocal. Thank you, Colt Graves, legend in the building. What's up, Colt? I hope you're doing fabulous, man. Thanks for tapping in. Expired Beans, thanks for tapping in over on Twitch. I appreciate you being here. All right, let's get to the outro. Great. I mean, again, great tone, like great movement on the drums, great tone on the guitar, like everything that is going on in the structure of the song, I'm a big fan of. I think it sounds great. These are small choices that I think guide the dynamic of the song. You know what I mean? Like it takes it from where it is and can either make it feel more emotional, more intimate, or more hyped, more energetic, whatever it may be. And these are small decisions, like the kind of stick that you use on the drums, whether it's a Stratocaster or a hollow body Gretsch, whatever it may be. These small decisions, the way that you layer your vocals, the register you sing in, whatever it is, these small decisions dictate a lot of the emotion of the song. And that's why, to me, it's very subtle. It's very, very subtle as far as kind of, what these decisions do and how they kind of manifest themselves in the song. But I love so much about this, Chris. I think it's great. Fire Beans. It's someone's name. It's someone's name over on Twitch. I use Furnace Tracker. What's Furnace Tracker? Yeah, beautiful, beautiful. Y'all show some love to Chris. Chris, I enjoy what you do. I think you're fantastic. I think you're really, really talented. And again, this is what you were doing 9 years ago. I think several of the songs I've heard were older. I think one of them was a song you did like 10 years ago, 10 years ago, that you updated maybe a couple years ago. Like these are older records that you still have some opportunities to kind of flesh out and update and use as inspiration for your future records. So the whole structure of what you're doing, I think is really, really well done. It's like tiny little choices that can open it up a little bit. I think you're doing a fantastic job. Please show some love to Chris. Show some love. Let's get straight into the rest of the music. We got more music in here. Let me get a couple things updated here. Signesia, I got you. Thank you so much for your submission. I appreciate that a lot. Nobody, I got your submission as well. I appreciate you more than you know. Wonder and let me see. We got another Chris in the building. Chris, I got you as well. Vinny, I got you as well. Thank y'all so much for your submissions. I appreciate that a lot. Let me clear this one really quick and let's get straight into the next song. We're going to move at a good pace. After I do 3 songs, we're going to dip into the next, actually the top of the list over on the free line. We'll get a quick 2-minute listen and then we'll jump straight back into the consultations. Those go really quick. Do you have Discord? Actually, yes, Expired Beans. If you type !Discord over on Twitch, you should see it pop up for you. I wish we were more active in there. We really need to be. It's just been hard to manage so many different things in our business, especially these days. It's been a little chaotic. But hopefully, I say this every 3 months, but hopefully there will be a time in the near future where we're much more active in the Discord, and it's a bigger part of what we do, because I would absolutely love to. But yeah, if you type ! Discord over on Twitch, you'll see it pop up for you. But let's keep getting into it. We got Signesia in the building. Signesia, hop in the chat. Let me know where you're at. I would love to see on the different platforms wherever you are. And let's get into it. I'm going to go and open up the song here. This one is out on all platforms as well. Do you know Scrim? No, not very well. The name seems familiar, but not well enough to have a strong opinion on it. Chasing Dreams by Signesia, a melodic house track inspired by ambition, movement, and the pursuit of something greater, now available on all major streaming platforms. Let's go. I love beans of all kinds. Facts. Beans are so fire. Beans are so fire. They're so good. Expired Beans, thank you for the follow on Twitch. I appreciate you so much. Let me know where Signesia is. Let me know where you're at. Let me know where you're at. I use 2 laptops. I use dual PCs. Oh, amazing. For what? For your music setup, gaming, or something like that? Let me know. All right, Tony, that's you. Tony is Signesia. Let's open it up. Let's get into it. I'm excited. Let's get into it. Chasing Dreams, the radio edit. Beautiful. Let's dive in. Any details you want me to know, let me know. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music as far as mix, production, whatever it may be. Give me all the details. I would love to hear them in the chat. This is Chasing Dreams, the radio edit by Signesia, who is right here in the chat. Is it Janoy? Everything is at the link in my bio. What's up, Joseph? Good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. Everything's at the link in my bio. All right, let's get it. Chasing Dreams by Signesia. Let's dive in. We need to get Hydra in here.
When the morning rises high and the sun begins to shine, you will be
What's up, Jenna? What's up, Sloud? Welcome in.
I will be waiting till the glory passes by and you grab the faith in time. I will be waiting.
What's up, babe?
I will be waiting. What will you be? Would your life be complete? Now that you're chasing dreams. Now that you're chasing dreams. What would I be? Still a part of
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you.
now that you're chasing dreams. Now that you're chasing dreams.
Thank you, Alex. Appreciate you.
Now the days are passing by, and I'm still by your side, waiting. I will be waiting. Now you're one with the stars, getting close but yet so far. I will be
Let's go.
waiting.
Let's go, Joseph.
Anticipating. What will you be? Would your life be complete?
Are you mixing your own music?
Now that you're chasing dreams. Now that you're chasing dreams. What would I be? Still a part of your destiny. Now that you're chasing dreams.
y'all. Appreciate it. Synthesis is really cool. I like the delay hold on the progression as well. Maddie at vocals and Lori head mixing, Savante head mastering. Okay, nice. The whole team effort. Let's go. Money Marcel, thanks for the follow. Thank you for the follow, y'all. Appreciate that so much. Y'all, give it up one time for Tony right here in the chat. Tony right here in the chat. That is Signesia, Chasing Dreams, the radio edit. Let's get into it. Mark Cruncher, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. That is Signesia by Chasing Dreams. I want to talk about a few things here. There's some things y'all are doing incredibly well, where it's a really well structured production here. Nice dynamic range, cool sound design. Like I said, I like the holds on the progression from the E minor to the G, holding on the G before you move back to the B minor. The holds right there, it creates this like tension in this build-up that I think is really well done. There's some parts of the vocal production that I would love to polish just a little bit because the production itself I think is really well built out and balanced pretty well, mixed pretty well. On the vocal, we're getting a lot of build-up of frequency and build-up of ambiance in some places where I feel like we could tighten it up just a little bit in order to create better separation, better clarity, while still hanging on to the ambiance and the openness that I'm assuming, based on what I'm hearing, is kind of the goal of the song. You want it to feel punchy and you want it to feel dynamic, but you also want it to feel open and wide and airy and spacious and stuff like that. So I want to make sure we have clarity for that lead vocal, separation for that lead vocal, while still, having it set in space and creating the vibe that you want it to have. But overall, I think the whole feel of this, I think is really cool. I think y'all are doing a great job. So let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details here. But y'all, give it up for Chasing Dreams by Signesia, which is actually Tony right here in the chat. If you would like to stream it, it is out on all platforms. Go like it, go follow, go add it to playlists, all that fun stuff, and let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Once again, if you would like to submit your music for a breakdown for either the free line, which we'll dive into here after another song, we'll dip into there for a second. If you would like to submit for a consultation, which is the deep dive that we're getting into right now, then everything is at the link in my bio. In fact, I will probably be closing up the line here pretty soon because things are moving quick, and I want to try to get to as many of y'all as possible. For feedback and listening, we also have an official music video from this. Definitely go check it out. I'm sure you can find that on Tony's page. Maybe if you have a link, let people know where they can find it as well. Still learning. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Let's dive in. Yeah, let people know where they can find you, any way that they can support you. Let's get into it. But most of this production structure is like very on the nose. Like it's exactly what you want to hear out of like a classic melodic house vibe. Like you get a lot of this, a lot of this is done really well.
When the morning rises high.
So like even right off the bat right here, there's kind of two things that are happening. One is the vocals aren't tuned. All right, or if they are, they're chromatically with a slow read tune speed, so you're getting some fall off on the pitch right there. Since those vocals aren't tuned, you have really high levels of ambiance and really high levels of reverb and delay and stuff like that for a vocal that doesn't have tuning, which is not typically like the biggest issue. I'm not someone who thinks that everybody has to tune everything all the time. That's not the approach that I would have. You have to be very tasteful if you're not going to, though, because what's happening is those dips that aren't in tune, those little flat, and everyone's like, even the best vocalists in the world are going to have some flat and sharp frequencies in there and some notes in there that need a little bit of work. Some of those that are a little bit flat, or they're modulating a little bit, so you hit a note and then it dips down for a second and comes back up. When that happens, what also then happens is these huge like hall reverbs that are on there and these very prominent stereo delays that are attached to the vocal and then automated back up. When those hit, it carries the detune note as well, right? So you'll have a little dun-dun-dun, a little scoop in the note right there that's out of tune, and then you hear it again 3 more times with the delay, or it's set into space with a huge reverb. I would suggest for this style is fairly rigid as far as what the expectation is on vocal structure. Now, obviously, this is loose. I would at the very least use manual tuning structures in order to correct certain notes that are a little bit flat, at the very least in some of your like punch lines of your vocal structure, like ending lines that are going to be delayed, ending lines that are going to have automation of reverb tails and stuff like that, because that last note, like I said, is going to be carried for however long that reverb is. It's going to be carried by however many, decays we have of that delay. So if that's going to happen, I would probably, I use Melodyne, but there's graph mode on Antares. There's a bunch of different stuff that you can use to correct. I would personally have your vocal and do some manual tuning. So 99% of the vocal is very natural. It's very transparent. It doesn't sound like really anything's going on. But when you hit these dun, 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 those last notes right there are like right where you want them to be. So the delay carries them perfectly and beautifully. But they're not like T-Pain auto-tuned. You know what I mean? They're just naturally placed where they need to be so that as much of your vocal structure as possible sounds clean, sounds transparent, sounds natural, but also doesn't have any dips in it that aren't carried by your ambiance and by your delays and reverbs and stuff like that. There's a couple times in the song where we hear that flatness in the vocal, which again, very natural, very normal, that my brain kind of wishes was tuned up just a little bit, polished up just a little bit. I do think that would change the kind of palatability of the song for most people. I think it would make it a little bit easier to listen to, and I think it would allow it to be set into the algorithm and set into kind of like streaming platforms a little bit more cohesively, along with other songs in this genre that it would be played with. I'm going to run it back here just for a second.
When the morning
So when the morning, there's a walk up before we get to that note, that scoop right there. That's like, I think the expectation of what people are going to want to be able to sing with you, whether it's a festival, it's an event, or it's just in their car, it's during a workout, whatever it is. Having it in the morning, having a clearer melodic structure right there, I think would be helpful to people latching onto the song, remembering it's sounding a little bit more natural. And again, you can do that incredibly transparently without it feeling like auto-tuned and rigid.
rises high,
A little bit right there.
and the
High, high, high. You get a little bit of the dip right there. Days is high, high, high. Like having that a little bit more pointed right there, I think is just a little bit more palatable as far as like a polished professional mix would go.
sun begins to shine. You will be waiting. I will be waiting till the glory passes by, and you grab the faith in time. I will be waiting.
Super Trooper, welcome back. Lives are back. The lives haven't gone anywhere. Do you still do the lines? Yeah, lines are at the link in my bio. Chef Boy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. David, welcome in. Lives are back. Yeah, I've been live, pretty much straight for the last 3.5 years. Where you been? Where you been?
I will be waiting.
There's a bass note on the first part here. Now, obviously the song is out, so I also want to keep in mind too, Tony, that there's some things that I'll talk about that don't feel like it necessarily has to be here. Like you don't have to like correct the song, re-upload a file. Some of the things that I'm just listening for and that I'm calling out here, feel free to just apply to a future record. Use it as just kind of a tool. Use it as just a tool for the next records that you're looking at. Some things you can look at as far as like polishing and stuff like that. You haven't been on my FYP for like over a year. You used to show up all the time. I've been live almost, I would say I've been live probably 3 or 4 days a week, almost every week for the last 3.5 years. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, we're back. I'm glad you're back in the system again. I appreciate you being here. Okay, there's one little bass line I want to listen for here. So the main progression of the song is it's the E minor, G major, we hold on the G major, and then it flows to the B minor. That's kind of like the ending progression right there. There's two bass lines that happen at the same time that are kind of complementing each other for most of the part. One I think is holding lower, boom, 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 a little bit lower, like your sub bass, and then you have like a rocker. It sounds like kind of like a rocker synth, like a low bass rock right there between the octaves that happens in layer 2, the like sub bass underneath it or something similar to that. One of those layers stops moving when the chord is changing, and then you have 2 bass layers doing 2 different things. The entire rest of the song, those are lined up. The entire rest of the song, those are right in line. Those are super in tune. There's only one moment in the first verse here, only the first verse. The rest of the song is perfect. It's just something I would look out for in your future records where the bass stops working together. One holds on the same note the entire time. And again, these are low bass notes. So if they start to do different things, you get all of this buildup and all of this tension, all this mud in the low end. One starts doing something different. One keeps on the rock. I'm going to play it again real quick, and then we'll skip towards kind of the end of the song, because I think the things that we're talking about kind of address the whole structure of the song. And all of this to say that I really like I love the aesthetic. I love the mood. I love the whole attitude behind this. The whole structure itself, I think, is really, really complimentary, especially on the production side too, and even just like the way that you're building vocal layers, I think is great. Let me hear this first part here really quick.
When the morning rises
So here, E minor.
and the sun begins to shine.
So right there. So you can hear there's like a low side chained like sub bass. Whatever, that's like the main hold of the progression there. What's happening is the sub bass didn't move only in this one part. That's why I think it might be, maybe it was intentional. It very well could have been. Maybe it was intentional, but it kind of feels less intentional since the entire rest of the song, all of the progression moved together. So what happens is your rocking bass, the synth bass that's right over the top of it, it moves E minor, G major, B minor. It does the classic move up right there. On the low end, it holds on the E the entire time. So you get kind of this. You get all of that buildup between one note holding, and you'll hear it here. I'll play it back here a second here. That little part in the pocket right there. Yeah, I got you, Wonder. Let me see. Let me just let me refresh it really quick just so I can make sure. I'm trying to get them to make it to where you can see it. I'm trying to get to them. So 20 would do it. 20 would do it. I'm looking at the line here on my end. Yeah, 20. I know you have to go a little bit quicker. Yeah, 20 would put you at the top there. Okay. Yeah, of course. I know. Sometimes you have to like guess, and I'm trying to get them to add the numbers on there like it used to be on my other board, but sometimes it's harder to see. At least it's more cohesive now. It's a little bit more a little bit more connected all in the one link, but it does make it harder when you can't see the top number there. Okay, really quick. So here's this bottom note here. I'll listen for this. We'll skip to the end of the song and we'll move on. So right here, we'll hear the E minor come in.
When the morning
It's tight. Everything's together. And then here,
and the sun begins to
mud starts to kick in.
you will be waiting.
A little muddy again.
I will be waiting.
Still a little bit muddy right there. And that just tells me the sub bass is holding on the E minor while the other basses are moving up. So the only thing I would say is just try to line those up. What's up, Wubsy? Good to see you, man. I love seeing the name pop up in the chat. Just keep those bass lines in line so that they move together like it does in the rest of the song. That way it's tight, it's punchy, it feels really, really energetic, and we're not creating all of that mud in the low end right there. Okay, let's skip into the last section here, and then we'll move on. See, all of this is together. You can hear how punchy it gets because all of this moves together, all those bass lines line up, and it feels so much more energetic because of that. Much less tension. Everything's tight. Hold on the G. 1, 2, 3, 4. B minor. Everything moves together. So much better clarity. Thank you for the heartbeat, Wubsy. So much better clarity, so much better support for all of the low end. It makes the drums feel clear. It makes the bass feel more defined. I can hear those layers a lot better. The synths have a better foundation, like those lead arpeggios and stuff have a better foundation because the mid and low end of the track is so much tighter, so much more concise, and so much more pointed. So those are those tiny little details that it's like, yeah, just make sure the bass aligns on the first verse right there. Seems like a small thing, but the way that it affects kind of the energy of the song and the support that the rest of the production and the vocals have is a big deal, especially because this is all also within, Doug, thank you for the follow. This is also within the first, 15 minutes. I'm not 15 minutes. What am I talking about? 15 seconds, 20 seconds, 25 seconds at the beginning of the song. If the first part of the first verse that people hear is a little bit of a tuning structure in the vocal that could be tightened, a bass that's out of tune, or there's a lot of mud right there, within that first 20 to 30 seconds, it could be really challenging for people to want to listen to the rest of the song, even though it cleans up quite a bit. Like the vocal structure gets better later on. The bass line is a lot cleaner and more direct later on. So having that first part have some of that mud and that tension in it is going to be, I think, harder for people to latch on. So I would love to get stuff like that cleaned up early on. That way, the rest of the song feels supported. It feels powerful. People listen to the great vocal structure that is there, because I do like a lot of the rest of the stuff that I'm hearing here. Y'all are obviously talented. You're working with a great crew. The overall balance of the mix, beyond some of the clarity I would like to hear, I think is pretty good. So definitely keep doing what y'all are doing. Keep chipping away at it. Y'all are very, very talented. Slide, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Y'all please show some love to Tony right here in the chat. Once again, the artist is Siknesia, Siknesia. Chasing Dreams, the radio edit. Show them some love and support. Y'all are very, very talented. I'm excited for y'all to keep doing what you're doing. I love the vibe. I love the aesthetic. So definitely show some love. Go stream it. Go like it. Go add it to your playlist. Go show them some love and support. Shout out to Tony here in the chat as well. Appreciate you sending that in so much. Let's keep it rolling. Let's keep it rolling, keep it rolling. We got Wønder in the building. I'm going to get straight into the next song. We're not going to mess around. Thank you so much for your patience. Thank you so much for diving in. And thank you so much for the skip forward as well. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate it a lot. Let me see where I'm at. Give me a second here. I gotta see kind of what's going on here. Let's go, Chef Boy. 100%. Let me double check. 5. It's 4:13. Let's see. 5. Okay, I'll keep it open for a moment. Yeah, I'll keep it open for a moment. We'll keep it open for a moment. All right, we got Wønder in the building. If you have not heard Wønder's music before, I've heard one song before, and it was phenomenal. It was so well done. Had a phenomenal music video to it as well. This is a talented group right here. So talented. This is Wønder, Born Ready, parentheses to kill. Let me get it opened up on, I think we got maybe another music video, potentially. I'm gonna open up the YouTube here real quick. Let's give it a second. Let me pull it up. I hope it is. I hope it is. It's loading. Come on, Wi-Fi. Don't fail me now. Lyric video, close enough. I'll take it. I mean, this already looks crazy for a lyric video as well. Hunter, everything's at the link in my bio. There's a free line, which we'll dive in after this song, just really briefly. And then if you want the full 20 to 30 minute deep dive consultation on your music, that's on the consultation side. When that line will be closed here in the next probably couple songs or so. Okay, this is Born Ready, parentheses to kill. Katarina original song, produced a Falcon Sheet League of Legends song. Let's get into it. This is Born Ready by Wønder right here in the chat. Let's get into it. I'm hype. And of course, as you know, you've been here before, but anything that you want me to know or anything you want the chat to know, anything you want me to direct my attention towards, of course, let me know and we'll get into it. Little K-pop vibe, modern K-pop vibe.
I'm ready to go. Better dead than gold. Yes, I keep raising the bar. Try and find me again. It will leave a scar. Count your blessings quick before I bring you to your knees. I am mighty, sweet and humble. Everybody bleeds.
There's a lot of layers here. Makes sense. I feel that. Heavy trap pop breakdowns. Heavy 808s.
Keep your friends close, enemies guessing. Yeah, I'm in disguise, never mind the blessing. I cut deep, never been hit, baby. I'm a quick jazz. Take a stab at it, let's see where it gets ya. Ready and bold, ready to go.
Yeah.
I'm picking the score. Who's in attack? Wonder's back. Get the reference against the stock. Roll to the show. I'ma keep my moves silent. Hate to spoil it all. It's about to get violent. Count your blessings quick before I bring you to your knees.
I think you definitely accomplished that vibe.
Sweet and humble, everybody bleeds. Surgical precision, now don't push your lyrics in. Now don't cry, baby. Now we 1, 2, 3, born ready to kill. I'm a big dog, can handle myself. Quick hit to keep getting closer. Blade runner, I don't never let this go.
Really? What do you think was the pain point? Just building up production? Like working with the producer? Thank you for the gift, Chef Boy. Appreciate it. Yeah. The thing with this production style is the twists and turns, the dynamics, the sound design changes. Yeah. I really want to work on a song like this, though. I'm trying to kind of get into some other worlds here. 4 mixing engineers. That is expensive. That is expensive. Sound design is great. It's a great sing song. 100% a great sing song. Let's go, y'all. Please show some love to Wønder right here in the chat. I love what y'all do. Everything that I've heard, and now I've seen other stuff obviously since then, but I've heard now too, this is the first time I click on one of these, this song, Hook, Line, Sinker, 100%. So good. It's so good. I've now heard 2, full production tracks here. And, I've now seen a music video and a lyric video. The thing that I know is probably one of your biggest pain points is just your own standards for not only your music, but also just the sound design choices, the production choices. You said you went to 4 different mixing engineers. It's a blessing and a curse, right? Where your standards for your own music are so high that you're like, I'm not going to do this if it's not at this level, but it also makes it very challenging to get to that level constantly and consistently. So then it slows down your creative process sometimes because you're like, I want to do more of this. Like you just said earlier, I want to do more, but now I've seen the limitation. That means it's going to take 5 months. It means it's going to take $1,500, it's gonna, or whatever it's gonna be, right? So you have these limitations that are kind of placed where it can be challenging to want to do more of that thing. I mean, there's something to be said of like once you find that 4th engineer, where you're like, okay, now, and I know a couple other producers producers and engineers where people kind of go to them for that thing now, and that can also be something that can mitigate some of those obstacles to you putting out more things in this vein, where it's like, I found that 4th engineer. The 4th engineer did a great job, maybe with some revisions still, but they did a great job. I went through 7 different producers, but the last producer did do a great job. And now, you just need those 2 people and you don't have to waste $900 on other things. You know what I mean? So like, I feel like for me, it does take a little bit of like, cutting through some weeds to kind of see what's gonna stick as far as the right producer, the right engineer and stuff like that. I feel that so much, especially having been on the other side of people coming to and from me in order to find certain things that we're doing. So, find the people that work within this space. Like maybe some of it is a little bit more in the K-pop vein, maybe a little bit more trap pop on the other side, a little more synth pop or dream pop over here. Find kind of what works in these different spaces and then go to those people for that thing. There's a reason why, like, unless you're Phineas and Billy, who like they do their thing together every single time, all the time. There's a lot of other producers where it might be one album and there's, 20 different producers on it, because there's so much collaboration, there's so much back and forth, and one song required one thing, the other required another. So not that you are necessarily, Joey, thanks for the follow. Not that you are, but definitely like if you find people like this, you're like, okay, now I don't need to go through all the other producers. I found these 2 that work really well. I found this engineer that works great in this style. I'm going to go to them for this kind of thing. And you can cut out a lot of the legwork of trying to find people all the time, because that can be a nightmare. That can be crazy. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details here. But man, your production is so high quality. Go check out the music video as well. Of course, you can find all of this through Wønder's page as well. They've got, links and everything there as well. You can follow. Definitely check them out on YouTube. Check them out on streaming platforms. They're operating at a very, very, very high level. Everything that they do, like I said, it's a blessing and a curse. Everything that you do is incredibly high quality, which means it's expensive, which means it takes a while. But I think you're doing a fantastic job. And what you do put out there, you should be very, very, very proud of. Very, very proud of. Can I upload a very rough thing? 100%. Yeah, people send in, right now we're hearing a very polished, finished product, but people send in early demos and like early works in progress all the time. All right, let's run it from the top. This is Born Ready to Kill by Wønder. We'll dive into a couple of quick details here. Let's go. Everything I said is rough. Right off the bat, this already has, I try not to overgeneralize music. Like every time someone hears like a cool, like jazzy guitar solo at the beginning of the song, they're like, oh wow, this sounds like John Mayer. And it's like, it doesn't, it just is a guitar solo at the beginning of a song. Or, someone will hear like something specific, like, oh my gosh, this sounds just exactly like this other, hold on, I got to do my puzzle. This sounds exactly like this other artist. And it's like, no, like they hear an airy vocal on like a singer-songwriter and like, this sounds like Taylor Swift. Like, no, it doesn't. It just is an airy female vocal on a with good songwriting or something. And so I don't mean to like just like hear the beginning of the song was like, that sounds like K-pop or whatever. It's like, but I think a lot of the structure that you're following works really, really well in this space. Sassy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It works really, really well in this space. Again, you're bullet pointing some of the really great production quality elements of K-pop, where we have, heavy 808s with big synth slides. We have really deep, like K-pop, a lot of like these strong K-pop records are built around kind of the breakdown. That's kind of what it's all about, whether it's a dance break in video or live or whatever it may be. Like it's all kind of built around the breakdown. So what you'll notice with even a song like this that Wønder has executed beautifully is it all is kind of built around segments of breakdown. Like the intro feels kind of like a breakdown. Once you get to the hook, it's a heavy bass drop. You have this big breakdown. It's great for video. It's great for dance breakouts. It's like there's so many different elements to it, but you're going to get a lot of that through the song structure. And I think y'all have executed that part of what is really popular in K-pop really well in the song. All right, enough yapping. Let's get into the song again. We'll dive into a couple details here. It's heavy 808 slides, breakdown. What's up, Tep? And then this feels like a breakdown too. Like it's very segmented out.
I'm ready to go. Better dead than dull. Yes, I keep praising the bar. Try and find me again. It will leave a scar.
Another breakdown. You really can hear how each section of the song feels like another breakdown of the thing that happened before. It doesn't just go verse and then we're in the hook and then verse and then we're in the hook. There's like the intro part of the verse, there's the main part of the verse, then there's a breakdown for the pre, then it goes to the hook, and then it's a breakdown after the hook. Like there's so many segments. It's actually really fun. If y'all watch the most popular K-pop Demon Hunter stuff, watching them break down the production of it and watching other people break down. Andrew Wong actually had a really cool breakdown of the production structure of these songs. It'd be really cool for anyone who wants to go check it out. Andrew Wong's great at breaking down this stuff. What's up, DJ? Appreciate you tapping in. But he did a breakdown of the songwriting structure and the production structure of these songs. And it's not typical pop where you have like your intro, your verse, hook, bridge, outro. It is a really interesting movement through the whole song where it might be like an intro vocal into like a half verse, into a pre-hook, into a hook, into a completely different style. All of a sudden, the second verse is like a halftime dubstep song. You know what I mean? And then from there, it goes like back into the first pre-hook again, into another hook, but the hook's different. And then they do like a key change for like a rap verse on the outro. It's crazy. It's like these twists, and somehow it works. But it's so intricate and there's so much movement to it. The ability to like execute that well is not something that I think comes easy, because it's really easy for this to sound disjointed. It's really easy for this to sound just like random and disconnected and like nothing really works together. One of the glue elements of this is Wønder has a great voice, and you have a great ability to articulate your voice in different ways that I think helps bridge that gap a little bit. Different inflections of the vocal in different ranges, whether it's like breathy, low rap style, it's the higher falsettos, it's a stronger mixed voice. You do a great job of bridging those gaps vocally as well. But it's not an easy thing to do, which is why I don't think a lot of people do this very, very well. Or if they are doing it really, really well, like you said, it just takes a long time, because this is for the way that I view a song like this, or, a lot of songs in this genre are kind of like, this is 5 30-second songs mushed into one. It's almost like a medley of different styles, different dynamics, different sound design choices. But again, it's done really, really well. If you can get it right, it can somehow still feel connected. But if you get it wrong, it just sounds like noise and it sounds crazy. DJ Chicken, 100%. Any style of music. In fact, the song right before the song was a house track. So any style, any genre. If you're on Twitch and you want to submit, it's !submit, and you'll see the link pop up for you. But yeah, this is fantastic. It's really, really well done. Let's move forward. What's up, Anti-Jerks? Welcome in. Love that high piano. Beautiful. It's classic. It works so well. It's really, really well structured. Really, really well structured. Yeah. Find those two people. Find those two people and stick with them. You can execute at scale a little bit faster without having to go to so many different people. Yeah, you crushed it. It's a really, really great structure. Mix is beautiful. It's vibrant. It's wide. Even the more suppressed vocals that you have that are stages of compression deep, they're really limited. They're really filtered down. They're overdriven, so you're really getting that fuzz out of the vocal. Even those are separated beautifully in the mix. They sit in their lane, and they still cut through. Even though you have brass stabs and heavy 808s and trap drums coming into the mix, you still have great clarity on those even more suppressed vocals there. So I think yeah, y'all are crushing it. You know the deal.
Yeah, I'm in disguise, never mind the blessing.
To me, one of the highest tension points of this song that I really, really enjoy is when you are not latching on the tuning structure of the song, where it's more spoken. You get modulated, like detuned vocals in the background. They're not following necessarily a pitch. You get so much more tension and dissonance in the vocal that sounds fantastic. Sounds really, really good. Those are some of those pockets where it's now this is different. We had a first verse. This is our second verse, completely different from the first one, right? It's a completely different space in there, which I think just it goes absolutely beautifully. Let's see if you can spot the Polish Easter egg. Okay, let's see. I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Keep your friends close, enemies guessing. Yeah, I'm in disguise, never mind the blessing. I cut deep, never been hit, baby. I'm a quick jazz. Take a stab at it, let's see where it gets ya. Ready and bold, ready to go. I'm holding bridges, I'm picking the score. Crimson attack, Wonder is back. Get the reference, get the attack. Reference, get the attack.
Hold up.
Wonder is back. Get the reference, get the attack. Roll to the show.
Is it those? It's like the interludes right there, and I don't know it, but it's like I think in some. I'm read between the lines here a little bit. In between, there's like you have a line and then a counter and a line and a counter and a line and a counter. There's like 3 little times in there that it switches. That is it. Okay, nice. I don't know how you work that in. Maybe that's why it took so long too. I don't know how you work that in, but there's a couple of counter lines in there, almost like a call and response in the background there. That works. It works fantastic.
Roll to the show, I'ma keep my moves silent. Hate to spoil it all, it's about to get violent. Find your blessings quick before I bring you to your knees.
I'm not familiar. Another great build-up back again. Oh, that's the. I thought you were asking if I got the. That's okay. I get it. I'm slow. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. That's the actual lyric. I thought you were asking if I got the reference of what that lyric was. I was like, oh no, I'm not familiar with. Please enlighten me. I get it. I totally get it now. That makes a lot more sense. Chris, welcome in. I would love, again, this is already out. I'm not worried about it. This is not even necessarily a critique, but on these like, I would love for that to be like a really anthemic stack there as well. It's still a little bit restrained with like the lead vocal in the middle. There's some pockets there right, where some of like the accent vocals, I wish had as much energy as the production in there. Like this, even like gang vocals, like open those up a little bit and then pulling back for the counter melody right at the end. It could be nice that on the for that to be a little bit more energetic. So there's like more push and pull between some of those like background vocals and lead vocals and stuff right there. But that's awesome. It's such an awesome production. It's executed well. Again, quality's 10. Like quality is so well structured. Production is great. I know it took a while to get there, but the production is really fantastic. Like some of those backgrounds right there they feel smaller compared to they're smaller compared to like the rest of the production. When we cut back to the dun 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 on the two different parts right there, it sounds awesome. Like like I said, what you're doing there, I think is so fantastic. It's so well structured, but there's some times where I wish those vocals had a little bit more punch, and it's not because of your execution. It's just because the lack of like layering to that vocal. Beyond, I think there's like a low formant shift octave underneath it. Beyond that vocal, it'd be nice to just have a little bit of push. Love this. Always love a low dynamic breakdown. Great harmonies, beautiful. I love this. I love these low breakdowns. Big buildup. High vocals are beautiful. Beautiful, so good. Awesome. Like there again. Like those stacks on the anthem right there, great. It's so good. It's annoyingly good. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Yeah, because you have these like, not to hammer it home, but you have these like punchlines of the song, right? The Blade Runner, Blade Runner, Blade Runner. And then there's a second line of there. I'd have to go back and see the lyrics, but you'd have to go back in that little pocket right there. But those those are such a great stacker. There's such a great energy shift in the production right there where I'm like, man, that would be a great, especially with the intensity of the song, the intensity of the lyric structure, to really like punch in on those moments right there and have some nice wide, gang vocals or stacks or even just doubles of that vocal to give it that punch and give it that energy that I think would just, drive it home, especially because they're kind of the punchlines of your hook right there. It's such a good song. It's so well performed. You're just fantastic. And who you're working with, even if they're hard to find, who you're working with is just absolutely fantastic. Everything that I've heard from you, everything that I've seen from you, as far as content, as far as even the visuals for your music and stuff, is top shelf. It's top shelf. I know it takes a long time. I know it's expensive, but you're doing an absolutely incredible job. You should be so proud of what you're doing. Y'all, please show some love to Wønder right here in the chat. You can find them everywhere. Find them on YouTube, Twitch. Find them on, of course, your TikTok, all that stuff. Show them some love and support. Go support their music, support their content and content. Go support their content and everything that they're doing. Absolutely beautifully done. It's great quality stuff. If you want to be inspired by what it looks like to spend more time and more money on what you're doing, this is it's a great example of it. Absolutely. Wønder, appreciate you so much. Let's keep it rolling. We're going to dip into the free line here for a second. So we're going to get a quick 2-minute spin here. And then we're going to get straight back in. Let me just update something real quick, and I will be closing the line here in just a moment. So 6 there, 2 there. Let's see. I'll probably close things up in just a little bit here. Atomic, let me know if you're in the building. Atomic, let me know if you are in the building. Atomic Annie is who I'm looking for here. Give it a couple seconds. I'll move on to the next name. Let me know if you are in the chat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, moving on. Rico Suave, are you in the building? Let me know if you're here. Let me know. I'm checking the line. I'm checking the order here too. Let me see if any of these people show up. That moment, I almost found a used M147 on Reaper, but was too late to bite. No, Deshi. It's tragic. Thank you, Marcus. Tep is in the building. I see Tep. Reality Club. Let me know if you're in the building. Let me know if you are in the building. R3trac, I got you. R3trac, what's up, R3trac? Rico Swab, not the official one. I saw them here earlier in the chat. Reality Club. Let me know. People send in and then they ghost and then they don't get heard. Do it, man. Do it. I'm about to do the same. I'm looking at a couple different options right now, either an SPX or a BAE without the EQ, but I'm kind of deciding if I want a separate Pultec style EQ and the BAE, MPF or MP, or if I want to go just get the route of the 1073 SPX and have the EQ built in. We'll see. I'll probably pull the trigger on some stuff this week. I got some new drums coming in, potentially some new synth too, so I'm excited. It's gonna be fun. All right, okay, we're gonna jump straight back in. That's 4 people call. We're gonna get straight back into it. We got nobody in the building. Nobody hop in the chat. Let's get straight back into it. That's 4 people not here. So let's dive into the next track here. I don't want to waste any time. We got nobody in the building. Let's see. Actually, let me clear a couple things here really quick. There's nobody. Boom. I gotta clear a couple things here. Give me just one second. We got Vendor in the building. No way. We got 2 tracks from Vendor in the building. No way. Wait, did you order the drums? Because I've been curious. No, I haven't ordered them yet. I've been trying to find it. There's one set that was the price of what I was able to get. And then the same set, that one got bought really, really quick, and it was a great price. And I just didn't pull the trigger on it because I was waiting for a couple other people. I was like waiting on to like see if I could get some other things with it. And then that one sold. And so now I'm just waiting for another one to pop up that's in the same price range, because most of them are like a couple $100 more expensive, and I'm not going to do that. So I'm right here, and they pop up every week or so of one that's a little bit cheaper. So I'm hoping maybe this weekend. I'll pull the trigger on. I think actually should be a chunk, should be a handful of stuff. I sold almost everything in the studio to get some new stuff. So I should have a chunk of stuff I'm able to get in here, which is going to be really exciting. The drums, the synth, synth, and then some rack stuff should be coming in. I'm excited. All right, let's get into it. We got Nobody in the building. This is Hell. Well, all of y'all are in here, but the artist name is Nobody. Nobody is a hard rock project that takes story and song request submissions and turns them into high-quality 2000s era inspired rock music. Hell and back. Let's get into it. 100% self-produced, mixed, mastered, all vocals, guitars, programming. I started the project to make music as requested by submissions. Let's go. Okay, so I'm assuming, and you can correct, are you doing this on live stream or something like that? I need to check out what you do. That sounds amazing. So you're taking in submissions for ideas and storytelling and song requests and stuff like that, and you're making music from it, which is dope. That's sick. But yeah, if there's any other like details to that, let me know. I would love to hear a little bit more about what you do. This one's also released. It's on Spotify, so let's open it up. Let's dive in. Went live about 2 weeks ago, and yes, through Ko-Fi. Okay, nice. Let's do it. Hell and Back by Nobody. Also on platforms. Go like it, stream it, add it to your playlist, and go show them some love. Coffee. Okay, nice. Hell yeah. Let's run it. Good gating. Yo.
Lost in a maze of shattered dreams, reflections I can't escape.
Woo.
I've lived a life torn at the seams, a desperate fever that never goes away.
Is that Neural DSP? Cool. Nice.
If I could turn back time and live a different life, erase the memories, my ex-proclivities, the wake of misery that I left behind. I'd walk through hell and back 100,000 times. I'm reaching forward for better things. Can I trust the other face?
Great voice.
I'll fight against the sinking feeling and learn how long I can
Because it's good, Sen. Because it's good.
break. I walk through hell and back, the devil by my side.
What's up, Romeo?
If I could turn back time and live a different life, erase the memories, my ex-proclivities, the wake of misery that I left behind. I'd walk through hell and back 100,000 times.
Ooh. Are you detuning to B, or are you running a 7-string low to the B right there, like open with the B, or just detune from E?
I'd walk through hell and back, the devil by my side.
Tight. Tony, thank you for the follow. 7 string with the only low string down to A. Nice, nice. Fantastic. So good, so good, so good. Y'all show some love, show some crazy love to Nobody, who's right here in the chat. Beautifully, beautifully done. Phenomenal structure. It's punchy, it's driven well, it's so good. Yeah, I was curious about the guitar just because you didn't have as you know, as someone who's playing the guitar, you know how it is, but when you're running a 6 string and detuning a ton, even if it's down to just like C sharp, C sharp, you just get more modulation. You get more of the bow, you know what I mean? You get more of the string opening up on your initial chugs and then closing as you like palm mute and stuff like that. You weren't getting as much of that. That's why I was curious about a 7 string, because you're really not, you're not detuning that far. So it sounds sharper, sounds cleaner, just like heavy gauge, punchy, slicey, and there's not nearly as much of the pitch drift, which again, sometimes is the tone you want to have when you want to just like drop down it like, 4 or 5 semitones or something like that. But in this case, it is a little bit more pointed, which makes it sound, especially with the gating that you're doing, really direct, really slicey, really punchy, without, again, getting as much of that pitch drift, which again, sometimes that's the goal. Sometimes that's what you want. I've gauged up the low, for that for a reason. 100%. I've got a buddy of mine who does a lot of progressive metal stuff too, and he's always talking about. He has a big collection of guitars, but especially on like the 7 strings and like his old baritones and stuff like that, he'll usually thicken up a little bit so that it can maintain, like for one, maintain tuning, but also just maintain control when he's dropping really, really far low. But dude, you're absolutely. I mean, this is beautiful. It's really, really well done. I love kind of the format of you building your music as well. But the whole production structure here sounds really, really professional, really polished. I think you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you for the follow, y'all. Appreciate it. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details here. But yeah, you're crushing it. Beautiful, beautiful job. Y'all, please show some love to Nobody. Go stream the song. It's Hell and Back by Nobody. Go like it. Go add it to your playlist. Go follow on there. Follow here on social media, of course. Show them some love and support. Go boost their algorithm. And let's get into it. Let's run it from the top, and we'll dive into it. Hell and Back by Nobody. Yeah, heavy, beautiful tone, great structure. Let's run it. Hold on Fire in the building. What's up, Hold on Fire? Yeah. So really, really, I'm assuming it's just a double track. I mean, it's low and it's heavy. I don't know if you're quad tracking here, but it's a really, at the very least, it's a very, very heavy, detailed, driven double track right here, and it's tight. It's sharp, just double. Yeah, it's like, it's sharp. It's real. It's gated well too, but your performance, however aligned you have to make it happen, is really, really well structured. So like left side to right side, there's not a lot of drift in timing. It's really, really sharp. It's gated well. It's executed well, even though it's not like the most complex riff in the world, but it is really, really well formatted. Yeah, timing is great. Tony, thank you so much for the heart me and for the love you so much. I appreciate you so much. Andrew's in the building. Andrew's a great song to follow this too. I see you on the list, man. I appreciate you so much for tapping in.
Lost in a maze of shattered dreams, reflections I can't escape. I've lived a life torn at the seams, a desperate fever that never goes.
And then see your sequencing bass, so right, from what I'm hearing. So obviously playing through guitar, you got all that detail in there, but I'm assuming sequencing drums and bass potentially. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah. It's because I mean you can hear the re-triggering sometimes, but it's also getting the dynamics right, getting the movement right, when to overlap, when to not, when to slide into things, like when to utilize legato, depending on if you're using like an amp or any other bass, plugin. Like having the nuances to still make it feel like this is not like a cheesy, weird bass that's like obviously is just from like a stock plugin or something, to it feeling more natural, still driven well, still sharp in the top end, getting the string attack and stuff like that. You did a great job. Programming is fantastic. Honestly, overall, it's a really, 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 really nice production structure.
I want to hell and back, the
Great vocal. Great harmony there too. Come on. Woo. Is that actually a sample? C. Marshall, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I was listening for this the first time I heard it through. I thought that was just a synth in the background. I actually think you sampled your own guitar and format shifted it, right? The first time I was like, wait, it is a synth. Okay, it is a synth. I almost thought maybe you format shifted and sampled your guitar, but I do like it. It sounds great. Oh, here again. Oh, with a guitar that was pitched. That's okay. So that is what I was hearing. That is what I was like. It sounds like there's another like octave in there. That's like, little altar boy, format shifted, pitch shifted with the octave right there. Perfect. That's exactly the part of that I'm hearing, and then I guess like layered with the synth. So it's like nice and quantized and on the grid there. That's great. I love that because again, all of a sudden you have this, very straightforward but very heavy, production structure, and then all of a sudden with a great clean lead vocal and everything, and then you randomly get this really quirky, weird sound in there, and just it throws your ears off for a second, and then you bring them right back into the heaviness after that. It's just a great little shift. It just keeps your ears on your toes a little bit, keeps the listener engaged. Yeah, y'all are doing a fantastic job, man. Absolutely killer. It's a great mix. I think you said you engineered all of this yourself, right? It's a great mix. It's a really, I'm listening for a couple things, but honestly, it's a fantastic mix. It's super wide, it's heavy, it's open, massive sounding wall of sound, electric guitars here, the double tracks right here, beautifully, beautifully done. Not muddy at all with the bass. That's the trouble sometimes when you're, double or quad tracking and those guitars are taking up a lot of space. They're one of the biggest elements within the mix. To not have a lot of mud with your mono bass and your kick and low toms and stuff like that. You've done a great job of processing those to be, I don't know, but whether it's like mid-side or it's just panning structure, to open up that mix in a way where they're really not interrupting each other at all. There's great separation. There's great clarity. Your vocal is highly suppressed in a good way. It's very compressed, very suppressed, but it still has great slice in the middle of the mix. Every once in a while, I kind of wish the vocal was like 2 dB louder. It does get lost every once in a while once the crashes or the overheads are going a little bit stronger. I wouldn't mind if it doesn't sound bad in any form. I wouldn't mind if it was like 2 dB louder, but it really does sound fantastic. It really does sound great. Yeah. Woo. What's up, DK? Woo. Love that shift, chromatic shift there. And then like complete shift in sound and directness of the vocal. Knox, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Complete shift in like the directness of the vocal here. Separated out with like a Rhodes or like a Wurlitzer 200A or something like that in the background here. So you get this big separation and energy from now the mix feels like it's 20 feet away. The vocal's thin and it's bright and it's filtered out. We get this EP in the background. The whole structure of the mix now feels separate, which is such a beautiful strategic decision on the production side to separate the listener from the mix and just absolutely slam the mix after that once the guitars come back in. That shift in energy right there is so strategic. It's not an accident, by creating a completely different like field for the listener to experience it in, which I think is fantastic. It's really good. And then boom, we're back. What's up, Dylan? Welcome in. Nasty. So good. It's so good. It's so good, man. Show some up to Nobody, who's the name of the artist, not something I'm saying, right here in the chat. It's beautifully executed. Beautifully executed. The riffs are distinct. They're clear. Great separation in the mix. Great vocal structure. Harmonies are beautiful. Programming is snappy, but it doesn't feel sterile or rigid. Really, genuinely fantastic job. Please show some love to Nobody right here in the chat. The song is out on all platforms, so please go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist. Give them some love and support. Go boost their algorithm. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful job. Beautiful job. Let's keep moving. We have amazing, amazing music today. Let's keep it rolling. I'm probably going to close the line after this song. And then, of course, once the line is closed, if you are already in the consultation lane, if you do want to shift where you are, if you want to go faster, if you want to skip, you still can. That's still possible. But I'll close the line to new submissions coming in so I can try to finish out as many of the last songs as possible. Brought me back to Bullet to My Valentine, 100%. We got Hold On Fire, which is Andrew, and this is going to be another great one in this vein. So if you like what you just heard, stick around for this one. Andrew Padilla is an absolutely amazing artist and producer, so please show them some love too. We're about to get into their track. Let me read through the song here. This is Can I Find My Way Out of the Darkness by Hold On Fire, which is Andrew's band. Worked on this track known as Can I Find My Way Out of the Dark? From an upcoming EP album, Half Alive, coming July 6th, which is only in like a week and a half. As you know, this song was mixed by, I think it's Stefan or Steven Angelo, produced by Fred, Taking Back Sunday, Say Anything, The Color Fred. We're very fortunate to showcase this very first music video we had just put up today, and we hope you'll enjoy it. Andrew Padilla, vocalist of Hold On Fire. Let's go. Hold On Fire. And you can check them out. They have amazing music out. You're going to love what you hear. It's great. It's very similar to what we just heard as far as just quality goes. You're going to like what you hear. This is Can I Find My Way Out of the Dark by Hold On Fire. Sam, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it so much. And if y'all are on TikTok, do me a huge favor. Make sure you're liking the live, tap the screen, share out the live repost. It does really help out the live stream quite a bit. Let's keep it going after the song. Once we get through this breakdown, I will close the line to new submissions, and we'll go through the last couple. All right, let's run it, man. Let's run it. It's loading on YouTube, so let's give it a second. I feel like my Wi-Fi's like a little slow today, and I don't know why. Here we go. Nice. Great gang vocals. I love that. It adds such power to the outside of the mix. Music video is great too. Great quality. That high fry is crazy. It's like falsetto almost. All live drums too, beautiful. Tone is awesome. This is a great representation of two different subgenres of rock. Two different mix structures, both beautifully done. Oh, come on, the halftime. Woo! Great structure together. Everything's super tight. What's up, Lost Soul? Welcome in. Killer. Killer. Show some love, y'all. Show some love, man. The music today has been, and again, whether we listening to like an early demo of someone who's only been like playing guitar for 3 days and they want to see if it's worth pursuing getting something else, on their production or whatever, or someone's been like producing on BandLab for 3 months and they're trying to get some help. I love that, that's amazing. But man, we've had some really polished music today, really good quality, really polished music today. It's just so fun to listen to regardless of its genre and its structure. But let's get into it, man. Y'all please show some love. Again, like I was saying earlier, this is a great example. We just heard two, hard rock songs back to back, right? Two different subgenres of rock, but still executed in a really, really good way. But it just shows how much nuance there is to how you mix specific genres and how you approach specific mixes for different bands. This is beautifully done. Compared to the last song, this one is quite a bit darker, more mellow. This one's quite a bit more warm as far as where the mix has been pushed in like the lows and low mids, and how open the top end is. It's a very, if these were back to back, the last one would feel very, very bright compared to this one being more warm and more saturated. But this one is also relying on more fry and more of a like mid-forward vocal structure in order to create a lot of this warmth and this energy in the mix. And it's really, really well executed. I mean, it's catchy, it's repetitive, and I mean that in a good way. It's got great production structure. I love, and I'm seeing the music video as well, and you can see, that the live drums are absolutely beautiful. They sound fantastic. It's so well done. And it's one of the things that's really fun to listen in all different genres of music, is just how many different expressions of art there are, how many different like expressions and manifestations of different formats of mixing and different forms of vocal technique and different ways of building out structure there are. Like we just heard back to back of two, what could loosely be considered similar styles of music that have just been approached differently, mixed differently, executed differently, and both are beautiful. Both are so fantastic. Both are very professional sounding, very high quality. So this is great. This is great. Let's run it back from the top, man. We'll dive into some details. But man, y'all are executing again. Another artist here, and I know Andrew well. I've heard many, many of your songs, man. It's very. Wait till you hear my song. I'll bring that pro vibe down a bit, 100%. I completely trust you. Well, I'm just messing with you, Tep. I know Tep likes to troll. Tep likes to troll, so I have to troll Tep back a little bit. I don't want people to think I'm like an ass or something. 100%. I have full faith that Tep will bring the quality averages down in here. I'm just kidding. Tep is a killer. I love Tep. All right, let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details here. But once again, please show some love to Andrew Padilla. That is Hold on Fire. Go to Spotify, go to whatever DSP that you use, and stream Hold on Fire. The song is Can I Find My Way Out of the Dark. Go check out the official music video over on YouTube as well. This is one of those the screaming is fantastic. This is one of those bands and artists again that I've heard for a long time where I'm always shocked at the lack of exposure that they have. Where they, this like it's a beautiful music video. They're absolutely crushing it. But they have 42 subscribers. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like there's so. Where's your spot? I'm gonna pull up your Spotify. How many monthly listeners? You might know, but I want to check it out anyways. How many monthly listeners we got here? You might be crushing it. 413 monthly listeners. You know what I mean? Like, where it's like here is a. It's good structure. It's good performance. It's a phenomenal. And again, this is not all. It's not all your fault or something I want to pressure you on. But it always is just shocking to me how great the quality can be and still have not found a connection. The audience just hasn't seen it yet. People haven't seen it yet. But I know that's the step that most of us. There's a lot of great music out there that hasn't found a connecting mechanism. That's tough. It's a really challenging thing to do. It's not like it's a lot easier said than done. Just post on social media. Yeah, okay. There's it can sometimes be easier said than done. But we know the quality's there. So the good thing, like, here's the thing. A lot of people post a lot of content. They're on social media all day. They're always in lives. They're always doing stuff. And the songs don't support the effort to put the songs out there. And I think what's really nice about what you're doing is the thing you don't have to worry about is the music and like the quality. The visuals are great. Your Spotify set up well. The music, as I've heard over the last like 2 years or so, is fantastic. Y'all make great music, and it's great quality. That to me is the main thing. A lot of people think like I can just make shitty music and write terrible songs and not put any effort in, but if I just like go viral, then everything will be okay. And that's just not necessarily the way that it works. I know people that have gone viral and had no translation to streams. It really to me comes down to making sure the core product itself is good. The core creative expression is good. And then if you can find a way to get it out there, then you've won. That's the hard part, right? But like if you can find a way to connect it, then beautiful. But a lot of people don't, and so don't feel bad if you haven't figured that out yet. A lot of people haven't. Just a thought: if the vocals can get more intimate every now and then. And yeah, I think I understand what you're saying, Marcus. They have more songs that might have more of that. And that's the thing with rock that's really interesting. Same with rap, same with a lot of different genres that have really high dynamic ranges. Thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Like this, sometimes what I want out of this song is just in another song. You know what I mean? That happens all the time, where some people will be like, or in this case, where like I would love more intimate moments, but that might just happen in a different song, and it might be in a different part of their creative process. But this one does sound really good too. It definitely does. My song has had 570 million views on TikTok, has not translated at all to streaming. Yeah, it's tough. It's a tough world. It's a tough world, man. You never know. You never know. Okay, let's get into it, and then we're gonna just so y'all know, after this line, I'm closing the line. People, all of y'all who have submitted, whether maybe a couple in the free, if people will actually show up for it, a couple in the free, and obviously the rest of the consultations we'll get through, but you can still move around if you want to. We'll just close it to new submissions. Much warmer mix, much darker mix. I like it. I think it sounds great. This is going to translate well to other systems.
My eyes are glassy and bloodshot. Insides are burning like fire. If I tell you I'm doing well, that would make me a liar. I'd be the one who's calm and collected.
Beautiful. There's a really, really nice harmony over the top, and the falsetto, again, vocal structure, I think is fantastic. It's really, really, really well done. Yeah, overall, man, just a fantastic balance on everything too. Distinct riffs. Hold on, let me I want to see something. Are they AAXs? The same. Let me see. I'm trying to see their symbols because I'm about to order symbols. So I was trying to see what I already know kind of what I'm getting. But I was trying to see what symbols they were using. Great distinct riffs on every single part of the structure too. Yeah, man, beautiful, beautiful. Let's get into this next section here. Yeah, lines close after the song. I'm going to close it up. So in a second here, we'll close up the line to new submissions. But I'm going to try to get through everyone at least that I have in the consultation side, and maybe a couple on the other. What's up, Skeezy? That high, right there with the fry, that high. I mean, that's such a difficult thing to do. That high, almost falsetto fry scream is so well executed. That's not easy. That's not, I mean, so fry screaming in general is not like an easy technique. I think a lot of people either just hurt themselves doing it. Disccover, thank you for the follow. They either just hurt themselves doing it, or they just punish themselves for a week and then have to recover vocally for the next month. And I think just, man, your execution of that back and forth between cleans as well as fry fried, lower fried vocals and higher fried vocals. You're doing a beautiful job executing that, especially within your layering. That is not an easy thing to do within pitch. It reminds me a little bit of 30 Seconds to Mars. That's not the most common thing, but that bit of fry at the high register, that ability to pitch that and control it within the context of the song is such a beautiful skill to have. I think you've executed. It's the topping of the ice cream, 100%, 100%. It's very well done. And thank God for a drummer's perspective mix on the drums. Don't ever mix the other way, even though you can, and that's totally valid, and you should be able to do that. Just don't. Please don't. I can't stand it when it's backwards. Love a drummer's perspective mix on the drums. Beautiful. Every section of the song has really distinct. I mean, you'll hear there's like 5 different sections of the song, each that has a distinct and clear guitar riff that does exactly what it's supposed to do every single time. It's really, really well done. Yeah, I mean, when I talk about drummer's perspective mixing, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, obviously when you're miking drums is one of the few elements that has direction to it, right? Most other elements. Most other elements that you are mixing don't have like a really broad stereo stage, right? For the most part. But when you're recording drums, oftentimes you're recording with, let's say depending on the set and stuff like that, let's say a minimum of like 5 or 6 mics, oftentimes like 9 or 10, sometimes more, but like 9 or 10 mics on a drum set. There might be snare, top and bottom, kick, in and out, direct for all the toms. And in this case, they have an upper lower tom. So we have like at least 2 direct mics there, stereo overhead, stereo rooms, whatever. I mean, it could be a hi-hat mic, like whatever. When we're talking about a audience mix versus or audience perspective versus drummer perspective mix on the drums, if you are sitting behind a drum set, you have a very specific layout, unless you're left-handed, which I am left-handed, but I play a right-hand set. But when you are mixing your drums, you have a very specific perspective on where things are, like the ride on the right side, crash over here, hi-hat and snare slightly to the left, kick in the middle, high tom to the left, low tom to the your floor tom to the right. That's your typical perspective. So when that presents itself in the mix, it's very natural for the listener. In my personal experience, but also being a drummer since I was 4 years old, it's very natural expression of the mix when you have the toms moving higher to lower, left to right. If you flip that, it's backwards from the way that the drummer is playing it. And so for me, the perspective of the mix is disconcerting. Now, as the average audience, you won't necessarily even like know that or feel that because you have a very different, very different context for how you're experiencing it. But as a drummer, as a musician, as a producer, it can be disconcerting to have it mixed the other way. In this case, we do have a beautiful soundstage for the drums, a beautiful stereo image. It is drummer's perspective. So you'll hear how the slightly higher toms are to the left, the floor toms are to the right, the natural stereo image when they're playing because they have beautiful overhead image here. When they're playing like their ride and some of the pings and stuff like that, they're slightly to the right side. When they're playing like hi-hat and they're like 18-inch crash in the China, it's on the left side, just based on the setup of the drums. And so this makes that soundstage feel really, really natural because you're getting the exact image of what the drummer is playing, which is not something that you typically have to worry about. It's a reading direction, 100%. Is it different in countries reading the opposite way? There are some other languages that read the opposite way, but and we really depend. I mean, for the most part, it's fairly consistent. But like guitars, you don't have to necessarily worry about that as much. You'll just either double track in stereo or you'll just pan it to one side, pan it to the other side, have it in mono, whatever. Same with bass. You don't have to, typically bass is kind of right down the middle. Lead vocal is largely speaking, unless you're doubling, it's going to be right down the middle. Most of those sound stages are very consistent. Like most of the stereo field there is going to be very consistent. Drums is one of the few you have to worry about the placement of 10 different microphones. And so that makes it more interesting. I love mixing drums is fun and recording them is fun, but it makes it quite a bit more complex to figure out staging, figuring out panning, figuring out phase issues, the cohesion of phase, figuring out alignment to different things, gating and noise and bleed between 10 different microphones that are all right next to each other, a blending of dynamic and condenser microphones. Like when I'm miking drums, it's typically a blend of condensers versus dynamics, which means some are going to be very direct and not as sensitive. They're going to, reject a little bit more, and then some are going to be very, very sensitive. And so it's always just a fun, interesting part of the process of miking drums. Anyways, all of that to say, I typically love, there's nothing wrong. Again, there's not a lot of like right or wrongs in music. I typically love a drummer's perspective mix. So just keep that in mind when you're panning overheads, when you're directing, because I'm typically connecting phase and phase cohesion from direct mics to your overheads. And so it just makes it really, really consistent to go drummer's perspective. Higher elements on the left, lower goes to the right as far as direct mics go. And then, kick and snare right down the middle. And if you measure from the snare, loosely speaking, depending on how you're formatting overheads, Chef, thank you for the goats. Appreciate you. If you're measuring overheads, I usually just go center mark on the snare. That way, when you do your overheads and you pan them out in stereo, your snare is kind of aligned right back down to the middle, in line with your kick. So those are, kick and snare sharp and punchy right in the middle. Overheads are nice and wide. Direct mics are kind of panned throughout, which makes it fun. Anyways, that's a side note. I just love that y'all did that. It makes me very, very happy. It's like a sigh of relief for me. A couple weeks ago, or not a couple, maybe a week or two ago, someone sent in a song. It was an old mix of theirs, whatever, and it was audience perspective, and we talked about it for a little bit. But to me, it's not wrong. It's totally, there's Grammy-winning records, I'm sure, with audience perspective mixing on the drums. You listen to old Beatles record, it'll randomly be like the kick on the left side in the snare all the way on the right side. It's like all over the place. It's fun. It's interesting. Derek, I'll be on for like another probably hour and a half or so. At the end of the song, in the next 60 seconds, I'm closing the line. But I will be. It's open right now. It's open currently. 20 top right now. All right, let's run it. Happy Saturday, Miranda. Welcome in. Appreciate you being here. All right, let's get into the last. Let's get into the last part of the song here. Y'all are great, Andrew. I love what you do. The quality is amazing. It's absolutely fantastic, man. So big props to you. Sounds good. I got you. Beautiful. Great tightness as a band too, man. The structure's fantastic. It's so good. In the middle. So catchy. Great. Amazing. Thank you so much, Marcus. I appreciate you. You can, it just won't copy. Sometimes it'll just block it. You can technically do it, but oftentimes TikTok will they'll just block it. It's kind of annoying. They'll just either won't show it or it won't be copyable or something like that. So the easiest thing probably to do would be like, hey, go to my link. You know what I mean? Go to my profile and check it out there. Or tell them what to search or something like that. But yeah, for whatever reason they don't. They do on YouTube and Twitch. You typically can, but in TikTok they block it. Crazy. Great tone, great execution, super professional. Harmonics are fantastic. So good, man. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Y'all show some love. Show some love. You can easily see it on my post. Of course. Yeah, show them some love, man. Andrew's the family. Please show some love. The band is Hold On Fire. Please go stream it, go like it, go hold on. Go add it to your playlist, all of that good stuff, man. But please show some love to Andrew. Like I said, that's the family. I've heard his music probably over the last year and a half, 2 years or so. Just amazing, amazing, amazing job. Chef Boy, thank you so much for the communities. I appreciate the 20. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that more than you know. Show some love and support to the family. Let's keep going into these next tracks. We got Derek in the building. Derek, I got you, man. We're ready to go. We are officially closing submissions. We're closing submissions. I will most likely not be live tomorrow. Sometimes I'm live during the weekend, obviously today. But I will be live on Monday, I think. I don't even know. I don't know. I'll be live next week. I've got a lot going on, guys. I've got a lot going on right now. I will be live. I'll be live for sure multiple days. 4 or 5 days next week we'll be live again. I just know I won't be live tomorrow. I'm not positive about Monday. But definitely make sure that you're following. Again, we're live here on TikTok, of course. We're live on Twitch and YouTube right now as well. So make sure that you're subscribed. Make sure that you're following, and we'll make sure that you're in tune with when we're going live as well. It's typically in the afternoon for the most part after I'm done with my studio projects for the day, and then we'll go live for a couple hours and get to a chunk of y'all's music. But man, please show some crazy love to the family. Can't wait to show you that next week, dude. I can't wait. I can't wait, man. Y'all are phenomenal. So well done. We got Derek in the building. Line is officially closed. Line is officially closed. Let me refresh really quick. Let me close it. Bear, I wouldn't deny that it's probably amazing. I only have And I only have time for a certain amount of tracks, so I got to limit it at some point. Otherwise, I'll be here all day, and I can't. But I would love to listen to it the next time that we're live. So just make sure that you tapped in. And we'll get it moving. Tep, are you on there? Let me see if you're on there. I'm closing submissions now. So Derek, I got you. Vendor, Chris, Vinny, retrack. That's all I have on there. Oh, I was like, I don't know. No, you're good, Tep. It's because I can't read the sarcasm in the chat. I was like, dude, I don't see anything. All right, let's keep it rolling. I saw you pop on at work and was like, no, I have a song. Glad I caught you. Let's go. I'm glad we're on for a little bit later here too. But let's run it, man. And then Vendor, you're gonna go back to back with yours, so yours will go a little bit faster as well. Okay, we got Derek Bennett featuring JL in the building. This is Empty. You know the deal. Drop in the details, man, in the chat so we can dive in. But let's get it, man. Let's get it. I'm excited. Let's keep going through the music, y'all. Y'all have been amazing today. I appreciate you so much. This is Empty by Derek Bennett Music. The family, the legend, usual. This is fresh to me. Is this just for context? Is this one of the new mixes on one of the ones you've been working on, or is this fresh completely? Just so I get the context of it. Thank you for the follow, Bear. Appreciate it. Fresh, unmixed, nice. Bit more of a pop edge to this one.
Opened every door too many times before. Laid my soul out on the floor. Touched it loud to heal these scars. All that left were deeper marks. Now the hallways echo cold and dead. Chasing ghosts that aren't even there. Every shadow is a face in this hollow broken place. You destroyed the best of me. Every part that I held deep inside, you had to hold inside my chest. And now I'm empty within.
Nice.
Opened every door too many times before. Laid my soul out on the floor. Trusted love to heal these scars. All that left were deeper marks. Promises that turn to stone. Let me go without being
Yeah, there's a guitar.
held. The flame and
I probably won't be live tomorrow, Bear.
You destroyed the best of me. Every part that I held deep inside, you had to hold
Yeah, great
inside
melodies.
my chest.
Good harmonies too.
And now I'm empty within. You destroyed the best of me. Every part that I held deep inside, you had to hold inside my chest.
Snare is snaring.
And now I'm empty within.
Your music, or music that you're a part of.
And now I'm empty within.
Beautiful. And this is unmixed, y'all. This is just a production mix. Nice. It's a good balance of hard-hitting, energetic, intensity, and really beautiful sound design. Great structure. Beautiful. It's a good balance. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. SM the Beautician, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that so much. The line is closed for today. I don't think I'll be live tomorrow. I'm not positive about Monday. I'm going to do my best to be live earlier in the week as well. I will most likely be live again starting Tuesday if I'm thinking of my schedule correctly. So I'm going to definitely be live probably 4 or 5 days next week after I finish my projects for the day. But we'll open up the lines again. We'll take another handful of songs. We'll do the deep consultations. We'll hopefully dive into a couple of the free line as well. But thank you all so much for tapping in. I appreciate the follow so much. We'll open up the lines here. The line is closed for today, but we'll open it up again either Monday or Tuesday. But please show some love to Derek Bennett Music in the building. I've said this before, man. I'm so glad that you're diving into the side of your music a little bit more. I just feel like it's going to really allow you to take off with what you're doing and branch out even more from kind of your core sound, man. Beautiful, beautiful job. This is just a pre-mix. This is just a production mix, and I love it so much, man. The structure of this is great. Amazing, clear, melodic choices here. The lead vocal sounds great. Background screams are amazing as well. Like, great support from that. We got 3, heavier rock songs in a row here, which is awesome. Let's run it from the top, man. Let's dive into some details here. It's a great production structure. I'm assuming you worked on the writing and collaborative production, if I'm thinking of it correctly. I know a lot of in this style, you're doing a little bit of both. So let's. That was my scream. Gonna replace it. You don't necessarily have to. You don't have to. I mean, it works. It works. Just distort it. Just saturate it and throw it in the background on the mix. All right, let's run it from the top. Man. Let's get into some of the details here, and then we'll keep it rolling. Let's get it. I will say, I'm going to bounce around give me a second. I'm going to ADHD bounce around. I gotta listen to a couple different things.
Every shadow is a face in this heartbroken place. You destroyed the best of me. All the stuff you hide, you ripped a hole inside.
Okay, so there's kind of 2 worlds that I'm living here, and I don't know how to articulate it exactly in this moment, but I'm gonna bounce around a couple little things here, just because the thing I'm trying to figure out here is kind of the expectation of the song is one of the things that I'm kind of listening for here. And again, there's not a right answer to this. I'm just kind of listening and seeing what comes up as I listen. But the expectation of the song is something I'm kind of interested in. Just as when you get into these moments here, boom, 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 heavy, low chug, palm muted, distorted guitars, double tracked, it's heavy, it's snappy. There's obviously, and then a scream in the background even that, whether or not it'll be replaced or whatever, but, it's heavier. The song structure is heavier. So you want people to hear it that are there for that reason. Like they're there to listen to that song for that reason, for that style. The first introduction of this song has a much poppier feel, like a much cleaner poppier feel. It doesn't mean you can't turn that direction, but it feels a little bit of a twist when you all of a sudden hear double tracked, detuned electric guitars. But I still want to tell whether it's AI or not. It's AI tap. It's not the expectation of the song. It doesn't mean you can't have that. It doesn't mean it can be a completely valid creative decision. It's just something I'm curious about. If there is President Dayseeker were my influences, they are more this direction. So yeah, what I'm kind of curious about is if there's a way that the early parts of the song, you can still have tastes of it. Damn Dior, we are closed for today. We're closed for today, and we'll be back in early next week. So just make sure that you're following, make sure notifications are turned on. We'll open up the line again for the deep dives and the consultations and stuff like that next week, early next week. I'll be off for, I think, the rest of the weekend. Not off, but just doing different work in studio and stuff like that. Okay, I want to run this first part again. I'm curious, so I want you to keep this as is. I actually don't want you to change anything about your production structure, Derek, outside of maybe if there's an additive. Marcus, thank you for the rose. An additive in the first part here that can just let you know that it's not just a pop song, but it still has some of the weight of the stuff that's to come, so that people don't listen to it and then be like, oh, I didn't want to hear this style of music. I thought I was listening to a pop record. And even playlist wise, right? I'm thinking of playlisting. Yeah, I got you. I'm thinking of playlisting. I'm thinking of what playlist would it go in. On first listen, a curator might put it in one space. And if they get to the end of the song, then it's like, oh wait, this is not here. So I should put it in our heavier playlist that we're curating for. But on the first part here, it's not something that the people that are going to the heavier rock playlist would want to be listening to. So that's the balance I'm trying to bridge. It's let's make sure there's still some through lines of palm muted high guitar melodies that kind of play in that early part right there. So it still feels really well connected. Nocturne, good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. Okay, let's run it from the top. I think some of what is doing it is actually the piano in the you know. That little pocket, the boom, 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 that little movement right there to me is making it feel more poppy and preppy, even though the kind of the main drums, the main structure of the song is a little bit heavier. So I'm curious if maybe that piano could maybe just come down to the low, like maybe just like the first part of the structure here, keep it a little bit simpler. And then maybe even with the electric guitar, again, connecting more of the texture. If we brought in electric guitar earlier and just as a lead line, kind of had that, but it's a muted, distorted electric, and it feels a little bit more rock, right? We have a distorted electric guitar, palm muted at a higher octave, carrying in a little bit of that texture, right there. If the goal is sync, do we want playlisting? I mean, I think the goal is, depending on who you are, but the goal is exposure for your music at the end of the day, so that you get paid for licensing fees well, you have a good split on those fees, as well as getting exposure for your music, so you get played through your streaming as well. Ask me how, they give you the follow. So if the goal is sync, you want exposure and you want the ability to execute at scale, because most sync libraries are going to request that you can execute at scale, right? If they don't typically, unless you're famous, unless you're Billie Eilish, then they just want birds of a feather for your sync song, and they're going to pay you $3 million to have it at the end of a Netflix show. But for the average person wanting to submit for sync and get library placements, you need to be able to like execute at scale. Like anytime that I've done songs for a library, for like an album for a library or something like that, there's been 20 songs and or a bunch of different prompts that we're working through. And they need to be able to see that you can like even track and record and mix and execute at scale, so that if they're like, actually, we need this, you need to change this. We actually have an album coming up. We need it by July, and we need 20 songs that are all victorious rock songs and whatever that may be. They need to be able to see that you can execute at scale. So playlisting is not necessarily a negative thing. They're just going to buy the rights to your song or buy the rights to whatever it is for a certain time frame for a certain fee to get you placed. So it really depends on the format. It really depends on what you're doing. But if the goal is sync, the goal is exposure, because the more exposure you have, the more likely an agent's going to see what you're doing. So that's, in any of my experience, I'm not like the sync guy either. So I want to make that clear. I'm not here like, talking about sync all the time, but I do have, some experience in the world. And I also just know so many people that have so much experience in that world. And every single one of them is kind of the same story. These people just want to make sure that you can execute at a high quality, at scale, that you understand that world, and make sure that you can, offer what they need consistently. So if you're putting like one-off stuff out there, then it's gonna be challenging. Best beginner agency. I'm not even a part of an agency. I just work directly with a couple of the collaborative producers that I work with, and they hire me to do vocals for the label. They hire me to do vocals and some collaborative production for the library. It's a library that's with like Fox Sports and ESPN and stuff like that. And so I've done some rock albums with them that are submitted straight to the library. And so for them, I think one of the other producers has a deal with those libraries. But for me, it's just it literally has just been putting out my stuff. So there's been times where I've posted me playing synths. I posted me playing about, because I love synths. It's one of the main things, like 80s stuff. So I post me doing 80s stuff, post me singing, post me doing synth stuff, and then people have reached out and be like, "Hey, we're going to put you in our back pocket for this like film that's going to be going to this festival. We just need like a 30-second snippet of some synth work that's potentially going to be played in the background of one of these scenes, and we'll put you on that list of rotations that might be put in that scene as a part of like a rotation of seeing like what would work the best emotionally." And stuff like that just happens. But it hasn't been through like joining an agency or like finding someone here on TikTok and Alive or anything like that. It's been strictly just showing people what you do. And when they're a fan of it, it's the same way a lot of people get scores for major films. Fake Radio, thanks for the follow. A lot of people that get scored in, like, it's the same way that the people that got the Stranger Things gig, they were literally found at like a dive bar. The Duffer Brothers or whoever it is that ran it, they literally just like went to some like 80s synthwave night at this different space, and they found the owners found them there. Absolutely loved what they did with like modular synthesis and vintage synths and stuff like that, and reached out to them and said they wanted them to score it. Next thing you know, they're doing 6 seasons, one of the biggest sci-fi shows of all time, just because someone found them doing what they were doing. Chad Hinge in the building. What's up, Chad Hinge? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic. It's good to see that name pop up. But that's to me, nothing happens for you. Nothing happens for you if you don't show people what you do. So it's not just about finding agents. It's not just about, just like forcing yourself into boxes you don't want to be in. You got to put yourself out there. If nobody knows what you do, you won't get hired for anything, whether that's like for me, like session work, mixing and production, whether it's whatever it is, like a lot of the stuff that I do for my job, like it's nobody will hire you if they can't see that you can do what you do at a high quality at scale. I think that's really, if you want to make any money in the music business, I think that's necessary. I think people think if they like put out a song once a year or twice a year, or if they just like randomly post every 4 months that they like kind of play guitar, that they can build a music business. And it's like, I think every time that I get hired for like synth session work all the time, it's one of the bigger parts of my business, but like I get hired to play synths all the time. The reason why I get hired to play synths all the time is because I post myself playing synths all the time, and people are like, oh dude, I really need that. Like I want a Juno on my song, but I'm not going to spend $2,500 on a Juno. Excuse me. So they hire me to play Juno on their songs, but it's because I post that I play a Juno or that I have one, or they want that vintage feel or whatever it is that, that they hire. And so yeah, all of that comes down to, you gotta let people know what you're doing. Take every gig, talk to the people. Who knows? You never know. 100%. Paul, I appreciate the follow. Thanks for the heart me as well. I appreciate that a lot. Sorry you're on. Thought I would say, hey, me and the ladies are going to see Rick Springfield tonight. Let's go, Chad. Let's go, man. I love it, man. It's so good to see that name. So good to see that name pop up in the chat. It's all love. It's all love. It's all love. Torvik is a synth god, man. That's high praise. That's high praise. I appreciate you so much, man. It's always love to see it. Chad's one of the family, man. One of the OGs in this live stream, to be honest. I've been able to work with him a bunch of different times, which is always an absolute pleasure. So, man, show some love. Show some love to Chad as well. All right, let's keep it going. So, Derek, here's my mindset on here. As we back up in here is again bringing in. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the love. Bringing in some of these lead melodies, right, of the guitar in order to kind of lock it in. My personal music, you can just find. Just look up Torvik. Just look up Torvik on all platforms. It should be the top one there or whatever. I wish I had more time to do my own stuff. I just work on session stuff all the time. I maybe put out a song once a year or something like that. But yeah, you look up Torvik, you'll see Happy Heartache, whatever. I don't even know, Paper Plane, stuff like that. 17, I like that song a lot too. So, there's some stuff, but it's very rare. I think the last song I put out was last year in January, something like that. It's just very rare that I get a chance to work on my music, but it's still fun. And I would love for it to be a bigger part of what I do. But being an artist is just a very, very small piece of the puzzle for me right now. Okay, so Derek, what I'm talking about is just bringing in some of the energy from later in the song into the intro here. Maybe not doing the poppy piano, because the poppy piano to me, is where we get a little bit more of this like happy poppy preppy feel, which again is perfect for the right song, but in the context of where the song goes, I feel like it's a little bit of a different vein. And maybe replacing that, even if you keep the same same like E to D in there, it still feels like connected to the sound design of the song. I would love for that to be like a palm muted electric lead guitar or something right there. I think that would be nice. But the piano to me throws me off just a little bit stylistically. Still could be a completely valid choice. Doesn't mean it's wrong, right? But that to me is when I get into the heaviness of the song, that's what I want to feel more of. And it feels like kind of two different songs I would love to connect a little bit better. Like, I feel like this could almost be like a somber song. Somber the artist, not the feeling. But like, I feel like this could almost be like a somber style song. I could hear the vocals coming in a very like specific vein, and then it turns into a Dayseeker song, like it turns into kind of a different form right there. And I think if we can bridge that gap a little bit better, I do think that it'll feel more connected. It'll feel a little bit more cohesive start to finish. Hey, sounds good, Chad. Man, I can't wait, man. Thank you so much for tapping in. I hope y'all are doing amazing. Even like the high, boom, 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 boom. I mean, even a little palm mute there. A little palm muted guitar right there, just a taste. It literally could be a drone. It could be like a pedal tone, just like hold on the C the whole time. Like.
Lay my soul out on the floor. Trusted love to heal these scars. All in love with deeper marks.
It could just be like a palm muted high electric guitar that carries through the intro. It's a little bit quieter there in the verse, and then you open up to the full, power chords and stuff on the main hook that you go into. But it's that little taste of energy in there that to me bridges the gap a little bit better. That to me personally transforms the way that I feel about like the whole production here, because everything else sounds great. Everything else it's really well formatted. It's really, I mean, the production is great. Drums sound snappy. They have a great voice. Obviously, once they get to the hook, it opens up like crazy, and I feel like that really allows their vocal to shine. Everything else is sounding solid. It's sounding really, really, really clean. That's like the one little bridge that I would love to hear happen here. Let me get into the second hook here. Let's move on. But that, yeah, small detail, but I think it has a big impact. Jacob, yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Randy. I appreciate the help. Yeah, everything's at the link in my bio, but we're closed. I'll be live most likely either Monday or Tuesday. All right, let's get here. Love the synth though. Love the overdrive on the vocal too. See how the guitar structure gets so heavy, or boom, 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 boom. It's got such a heaviness to it, and again, screams coming in later. That's why I want the rest of the songs to still connect to that energy in the song. Yeah, it's Derek Bennett. Derek Bennett right here. He's got some amazing cinematic stuff. He's got some amazing rock stuff. He's a very versatile producer, working with some great people too. Definitely reach out. Definitely reach out.
Every part that I have deep inside, you adore inside.
I want more of this early on in its own way.
Now I'm empty within. You say the best of me. Every part that I have deep inside, you adore inside my chest.
Great vocal. Awesome vocal.
Now I'm empty within.
See, this is so heavy. Thank you for the follow. This chair is like broken. It's like slowly going down. So every 10 minutes I have to re-pump it back up, this stupid thing. Thank you for the follow. Theos, I appreciate it. You know what could be nice? You don't have to. The outro is awesome. The outro is often. Z for Prez, welcome in. How you doing? I had a friend pass away recently on the 24th of May. He was only 20 years old. He's the most. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. I'm so sorry to hear that, man. That's incredibly heartbreaking, man. I'm sorry. Everything just hits so much harder. Dude, I'm actually closed up for today, Prez. I will be live again probably Monday or Tuesday. If you want to send some stuff in, I would be honored to give it a listen and check it out, man. But we're full up for today, and so I've closed the lines for new submissions coming in. Danny, thanks for tapping in. McCann, thank you so much for the follow as well. I really appreciate it. But thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate that. I appreciate your vulnerability as well. Okay, quick idea here, Derek, and then we'll move on. You're doing the walking. Yeah, I feel like I'm just like slowly. I'm just like here, and then the chair is just like slowly going down. And so before you know it, I'm like, wait, how did I get down here? And then I realized I need to pick it back up again. The stupid thing is so annoying. I needed this. This chair is brutal. This chair's it's like the arms are like duct taped on. It's all in due time. We will replace the chair as well. It's just chairs are expensive. But yeah, I'm just like oh yeah, wait, I'm supposed to be up here. Like this is how I framed the camera and my mic, and then all of a sudden I'm like 3 feet lower. Man, all right. So dude, don't listen to songs today. So I'm listening to the rest that I have on my list currently speaking. Cheap chair, expensive studio. I mean, it's the thing is like the chair is the thing I spend the most time in. But yeah, everything's just expensive. Everything's expensive because like you want a good chair. It's like at least like $300 or $400, if not much more. Something that actually is gonna like help your posture and stuff. But this chair now is just like slowly lowering down. Okay, last note here, and then we're gonna move on. We're gonna move on again. Prez, I mean, I have a whole, if it wasn't the last like 6 or 7 songs that I'm listening, there's another list of like 25 people past that I wouldn't be listening to either. And that's, so it would have to be after like 40 songs. And I just, that'd be far too much. I got to get off here in the next like hour and a half or so. Oh yeah, dude, half of what I have in the studio have gone off Facebook Marketplace and Reverb. It's called inflation. Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal. I love Facebook Marketplace. I've gotten so many things in the studio off of Facebook Marketplace. Being back chair is good for room tour. That's facts, Magic. That's actually facts. Okay, Derek, last note. I gotta stay focused. Last note. Last note here. I wouldn't mind. I want to hear this hook again really, really quick. All right, here. Let's hear.
You destroyed the best of me. Every part that I have deep inside.
So like, I would love, this is just a quick note, man. Soft animated outro with that melody. I would love to let the outro start and then halfway through, do a half hook to close it out in a low octave. So here, in the low octave, let this go. Keep all of this the same. Don't say it, Magic. Don't say it. Like, let this roll. And then low octave here. You raise the best of me. And there's a feeling deep inside. Fade away. Whatever. I don't know the words or the melody. You get the idea of just like let it run through its course and come back in with like the low register right there, and then let it fade the next like 4 bars after that. Just so for one, you solidify the hook. It feels really connected. It feels really, really tight. But you also just get like this really vulnerable emotional performance of that vocal that's not connected to the pop rock part, but it's connected to like this low register right here. I don't think it needs it. I think the outro is beautiful. So like I wanted to mitigate, or I wanted to make sure I say that too. Like I think the outro is really beautiful. It's an easy listen. It's a great fade out at the end right there. I don't think it's necessary that you add something like this, but I do really like the idea of closing out with the low octave in the vocals. I love that idea in most songs. I just think it sounds cool, especially in this genre where it's a really high dynamic range. Coming down with a really, really low vulnerable vocal on the outro, I think it's a good textural piece, character piece at the end of the song that I think is really, really well done. But man, please show some up to Derek Bennett. This song is, man, I think you're just about ready to get mixed. I do think it needs like some of those guitar leads early on in order to really connect it, and make sure that everything feels really cohesive and really well structured. But the vast majority of like vocal structure, energy behind the song, dynamic range of the production, I think it sounds fantastic, man. I think it sounds really, 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 really good. So please show some love and support to the absolute family. Love and adore what you do, man. That's Derek Bennett Music. Check out his stuff. Reach out, for productions. If you like, what's up, Nicole? If you like cinematic work, if you like scoring, if you like, obviously the progressive stuff here, even contemporary stuff, he does a lot of great writing and production in that space. I would definitely reach out. Please show some love. Show some love. Show some love. Let's keep the music rolling here. We got Jackson in the building. Jackson, hop in the chat. I'm trying to move at a good pace. We got Jackson again. The line is closed. If you're in the line, you can move around that line. If you're in the line, you can move around it. But we only have time for the last couple songs here. Is that Hunter? Is that Jackson? Does he do any lo-fi beats to work / study to? He probably can. Okay, Hunter, beautiful. I just want to make sure I get the right name here. This is Fail Train. Or no, not Fail Train. I'm sorry, Selfish. Selfish by Jackson, which is Hunter right here in the chat. I don't have any notes here, so Jackson, give me, or Hunter, whichever, give me some notes on the track. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music. Hold up. Talk to me about what we're about to listen to and what you did to create it. Let's get into it.
I know we barely know each other, but I can't stop thinking of her. I swear it's what you do to me, girl. Wanna see you get on top and ride it.
This is, am I remembering correctly, Hunter? This is your friend, right? Am I thinking of something else? I might be getting mixed up. But it's someone who's done a lot of really cool music, if I'm remembering correctly. But yeah, update me. Let me know what's going on.
Slowly tell me I'm your one and only, ain't nobody else in this world. And it might be selfish, but I can't help
Good
it.
melodies.
If I can't have you, then nobody can. And it might
That's
be
right. Okay, I do
selfish.
remember because you sent me the 80s remix kind of that he did or whatever that was like released under LVRN. Love Renaissance, right? I think the last label that he was with. I think I'm like slowly putting the pieces back together here. I think it was with Love Renaissance and released that remix right there. Now he's independent and this is what he's working on. Let's get into it. Now I'm focused.
I can't help it. If I can't have you, then nobody can. I wanna put you in that Birkin, wanna put you in that fur, wanna travel around the world.
Yeah, R3trac's
Tell me
great.
when we skirt.
R3trac's
I will
great.
never leave you hurt. I'm taking you on a dinner and dinner and dinner, and then I eat
eat you for dessert. I'll always have you reassured. I'm always putting you first, and ain't nothing less than that. Fuck your ex, he a fucking goofy. I don't know how the fuck
Do you know
he
if they
let
produced
you
it
go.
or not?
Thinking, looking back at it, honestly, girl, that shit's exceptional. Like, come on, look at you. You're exceptional. Picture perfect, I'm just tryna be one in a picture standing right next to you. I know we barely know each other, but I can't stop thinking of her. I swear it's what you do to me, girl. Wanna see you get on top and ride it slowly. Tell me I'm your one and only. Ain't nobody else in this world. And it might be selfish, but I can't help
Good breaks.
it. If I can't have you, then nobody can. And it might be selfish, but I can't help it. If I can't have you, then nobody can. I'll do what you need me to. Clock it, it's you and only you. Girl, I want to see it through. We can run it up, we can fuck it up till the sun is up. And I know we barely know each other, girl, but don't deny it. I know you feel the way I feel, so don't you try to hide it. I know that you need more than trust, and trust me, I'll provide it. And I know it ain't so easy to believe me, cause I know we barely know each other, but I can't stop thinking of her. I swear it's what you do to me, girl. Wanna see you get on top and ride it slowly. Tell me I'm your one and only. Ain't nobody else in this world. And it might be selfish, but I can't help it. If I can't have you, then nobody can. And it might be selfish, but I can't help it. If I can't have you, then nobody can.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Y'all show some love, show some love, show some love. Shout out to excuse me, shout out to Hunter for sending this in. This is his friend Jackson. He's crushed it with his label. He's done some amazing, amazing stuff previous to the song as well. Now he is working independently. He's no longer with Love Renaissance, which some of y'all know, like Summer Walker, Black, some of those artists that are within that label. I don't know if they all are still are. If some of them are independent now too. But that's the label that they were with. Now they're completely independent and just now releasing their own music. This is their first release independently. So I'm excited for them to get themselves out there, have full ownership over what they're doing. If you have any other information as far as like how they're producing or whether they're going, whether they're getting BeatStars leases, YouTube Beats, something like that currently, let me know. If not, it doesn't really matter. We'll dive into a couple details here, but they're doing some great quality stuff. Again, it's clean, it's punchy, it's saturated. Honestly, the whole structure of it, especially within this genre, is really consistent and really cohesive. Good vocal structure, good energy. It's got a good attitude on his, as far as like emoting on the microphone. They're doing a great job. Sounds nice. Sounds really, really nice. Excuse me. Zanny, thank you so much for tapping in. Appreciate you being here. Line is closed for today. We're going to be live again either Monday or Tuesday. So just make sure that anybody that wants to submit your music for these, for the full production structure, the full breakdown that we do here, or even the other line, just make sure that you're following, make sure that you're subbed on either YouTube, Twitch, or TikTok. We'll make sure that we get to some of y'all's music early next week as well. But let's get it. Selfish by Jackson. Let's get into it, man. I don't think this is even released on all platforms, so shout out to Hunter for sending this in. As far as I'm aware, I don't think that it's out on all platforms. This was just uploaded by them independently to SoundCloud 8 days ago, so they're still in the process of getting stuff out there. But we get an early look as to what's going on with Jackson before their first releases. So that's fantastic, man. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. This is Selfish by Jackson. Let's run it. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate you tapping in. Don Unk, welcome in. Good to see you.
Zika.
Crunchy. I mean, that's like saturation knob. Keep high. Punchy, crispy saturation there.
I know we barely know each other, but I can't stop thinking of her. I swear it's what you do to me, girl.
Nice white guitar.
Wanna see you get on top and ride it slowly. Tell me I'm your one and only. Ain't nobody else in this world.
And this is just classic good, especially in like the pop R&B space. Just really, really classic good. vocal structure here. Eric's banter cranked. You got the fuzz turned up to 11. I love it. It sounds good. It's crispy, it's bright, but it sounds nice. It's a really, really good. Ludwig, thanks for tapping in. We're closed for today. We'll be live again Monday or Tuesday. I appreciate you tapping in, though. I don't want you to spam the chat just because I don't want you to get muted by a mod. I want you to be able to still connect with people and stuff like that. But thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. But yeah, line is closed. We'll be open up again Monday or Tuesday. Thank you so much for tapping in today. I appreciate you being here. But this is a classic structure for the vocals. Incredible repetition and pattern recognition here. The exact same melody back to back. Exact same melody. It makes it so much catchier. It makes it so much more sticky and gluey. It's just going to resonate and connect in a way that multiple changes in melodic structure just aren't going to. So especially in this genre, you are really forced to build your song structure over that repetition. It's going to be one of the few ways that a really simple production, otherwise is a if it's just that kind of the whole structure, the whole song structure right there, then there's nothing about that that's going to really, really stick unless there's major dramatic, dynamic changes. And there's not in this song. The dynamics are pretty consistent. So it's really owed to the vocal to create, good pattern recognition and good structure and good layering. And they do a great job of that over the course of the song. But you'll hear this early melody is an exact copy and paste left to right of having the exact same, different lyric structure and different movement, but the exact same melodic structure. Again, super catchy. It makes it very, very easy to remember, very, very easy to latch onto. C-Dog, thank you for the follow. Vegas, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate that so much. Ludwig, I don't want you to get muted. You're going to get muted if you keep spamming the chat, so don't spam the chat. If you want to submit, you'll have to hold on until Monday or Tuesday as we are closed up as far as the line goes. We're closed up to new submissions today. No, you're totally good. You're totally good. I just don't, the reason why I'm saying that is I don't want you to get muted by a mod or something like that. Don't spam the chat. But submissions will be open again on Monday or Tuesday. So for those of y'all who want to submit, just make sure that you're following, and we'll open up the line for the quick plays as well as the deep dive consultations on Monday and Tuesday. I appreciate y'all being here so much. Thanks for tapping in and showing love today.
It might be selfish, but I
Same thing here.
help it. If I can have you, then nobody can.
Same thing here, right? Like we have, again, great repetition of songs. Like we have this exact repetition. Then they go back through it.
It might be selfish, but I can help it.
Like exact same structure again. Maybe repeating some lyrics, maybe moving on, lyric wise, but those changes right there. And then the blocked structure of we hear this and we hear it again, multiple times in the song makes it so catchy. It sticks. Whether you like the style or not is irrelevant. Like it sticks. It's very, very, very catchy.
If I can have you, then
I don't know them,
nobody
Vegas.
can. I wanna put you in that bird.
And then you break away from that with in this case, like a rap structure that like rhythmically and melodically pull you away from it. You know what I mean? Like it pulls you out of that moment so we can get into kind of like the meat of the song where most of the context and the storytelling is. And then again, in about 30 seconds, we're going to pop back into the and we're going to get right back into that melody. It's so sticky. It's so catchy. It's great song structure. Even again, this is irrelevant to song, irrelevant to like styles that you like. This is the same in country music. It's the same in metal. It's the same in pop and R&B and rap. Like having a really well structured hook is absolute gold, instrumentally as well as, of course, melodically and lyrically. It's so necessary. It's so necessary to people remembering your music, having that pattern recognition.
Wanna put you in that fur, wanna travel around the world. Just tell me when we skirt. I will never leave you hurt. I'm taking you on a dinner.
This is so Hunter. There are a couple chats up. Hunter is the one that sent them in. This is their friend Jackson, and he has some big songs. He's been with a big label, but this is he just went independent, and this is his first song. But it's just Jackson with an X, Jaxson, and they submitted for them.
And dinner, and then I eat you for dessert. I'll always have you reassured. I'm always putting you first, and ain't nothing less than that. Fuck your ex, he a fucking goofy. I don't know how the fuck that he let
Perfect.
you
Thank
go.
you. Thank you.
Thinking, looking back at it, honestly, girl, that shit's exceptional. Like, come on, look at you. You're exceptional. Picture perfect. I'm just trying to be one in a picture standing right next to you. Like, we barely know each other, but I can't.
And we're back. We're right back into that structure again. Again, now that we've heard it one time into the song, we're, what are we, a minute, a minute 17 into the song, and we're back hearing that same structure again, and it just makes it so sticky, so catchy. I love it. Can you play Smooth by Carlos Santana featuring Rom Thomas and Matchbox 22? It's so funny, man. It's so funny. I don't know why. I mean, maybe someone can explain, because I don't have anything against it. I just don't know why people like request popular songs. Like if you like it, you can just hear it. But I guess maybe it's like you want other people, like you really love a song, you want other people to hear it and enjoy it too. I guess that's probably the heart of it. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense where it's like, hey, I love Carlos Santana, and I want everyone else to love him too. So I'm showing people a song that maybe they haven't heard before. But it is kind of funny though, because like oftentimes it'll be like a really popular song. They're just like, play "Birds of a Feather" by Billie Eilish. I'm like, well, the song has 3 billion streams. Like most people know it. But anyways, it does make sense, Magic, that there are other places where there are strictly just like requesting songs and playing songs and stuff like that.
I'm thinking of her.
But I guess like I get confused though, where like I was like, you know what, let me put this here. Let's talk about your music. That's pretty, I would think it's pretty clear. We're talking about your music. People are like, my music or someone else's music. I'm like, well, it's your music. It says it right there. And then I have like the tag when you come into the live, it says we're here to talk about your music. Like, let's listen to your music. And then we have the submissions where it says like we're listening to like your mix and production, whatever. So I don't, that's where I get a little bit confused. There's like, I have like 4 different places where it says, 4 different places where it says, that we're listening to your music, but either way, it doesn't really matter to me.
Swear it's what you
I just have to keep correcting it.
do to me, girl.
My
Wanna
music.
see you get on
That'd be
top
sick.
and ride it slowly. Tell me I'm your one and only. Ain't nobody else in this world. It might be selfish.
Does it really only happen in this live retrack? I think maybe too, because I've made a point because of the structure. Dude, Phineas is the GOAT. Phineas is, side note, Phineas has actually been in this live before. He was here for like, I don't know, like 6 or 7 minutes. I think it was last year, or no, I guess at this point, probably a year and a half ago or so. He came in and sat there for about 6 or 7 minutes. It was sick. Magic's like, it's me, dude. It's me. I'm right here. I do know Phineas's affinity for voice memos and songs. Zens, welcome in. I think it's also because I don't like, it's an interesting structure here in this live stream where I'm not like reviewing in the sense of review. Hunter, stop. I don't review in the sense of like a lot of like where people are rating songs, right? They're rating songs. They're putting up polls to see like who likes it or doesn't like it. Like it's much more of a review where like people are like rating it, and they're trying to like, kind of like see how good it is. And because I'm not rating, I'm not doing polls. I'm not really seeing, like necessarily, I'm not like trying to see who has the best song, which is a lot of other lives, like who has the best song. That's why I don't like call it a review in that sense, which, it doesn't really matter. It's just words, but I don't call it a review in that sense. That's why I call it a consultation, typically, because we're going back through, we're like helping, with like production editing and like structural editing and stuff like that. But I think part of the reason why I probably get that more is just because I keep it really simple. And other people are like, this is me reviewing, like I'm reviewing your songs. This is a review live. And so there's probably a cleaner expectation that they're like going to be doing reviews and polls and ratings and stuff like that. So that's, I think that's part of it, but I prefer what I do as far as like what I enjoy about the structure of these live streams. But I think both can be true, where I do think this is really beneficial, and it's the thing that I'm going to do. I'm not going to stop doing at the same time as people having an expectation of what a review is or an expectation of what a request live is. And then me being kind of outside of that up here. Like I'm not doing requests. I'm not doing quick reviews. And so it's kind of just like people are like, well, what are you doing? And I'm like, well, I'm listening to your songs for 30 minutes and doing these consultations. But I think that it does make it feel a little bit more difficult for people to know like kind of what to expect. What you're doing is perfect. Keep doing it. Thank you, Chef, man. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, we've been doing this live in this context. I mean, R3trac knows. R3trac's been here for like, 2.5 years, 3 years or something. Like we've been doing this live, these consultations in this context, this long per song for 3.5 years. I'm not changing anything as far as that goes. But it is, people do get confused sometimes because they're used to a particular way of doing it. I think you're doing everything wrong and need to change everything. God, fuck. All right. I guess so. I guess so. All right, let's keep it rolling. Let's get to the end of the song here. Shout out to Jackson, man. Shout out to Jackson, man. He's crushing it. He's doing a lot of things right. But the thing I wanted to point attention to that I think is the most beneficial thing for people to understand about what he's doing that is doing well, and the reason why he has, I think 100,000 monthly listeners ish. You know what I mean? Like because he's doing what he's doing. The reason why it works, the reason why it's catchy is these melodic structures. That's why it matters. Even if he had as cool of a voice as he has, and it was a dope beat, if he was constantly changing production structure, constantly changing melody, constantly changing the way the lyric flows on the hook, then it might sound good on first listen, but you won't remember it later. The reason why you're going to remember this later, the reason why people connect to it and they attach to it, and they stay along for the ride with these artists long term, where like he just randomly leaves his label and uploads on SoundCloud, 8 days ago and has 5,000 views on SoundCloud. Like the reason why that's working for him is he has very, very, very consistent, catchy lyric structure. That's a huge deal, especially in this genre. So that's what I want to point out. Gayla, welcome in.
Get on top and ride it slowly.
Appreciate you.
Tell me I'm your one and only. Ain't nobody else in this world. And
Thank you for the follow.
Selfish, but I can't help it.
I mean, this is now the third time that and this melody happens 6 times per hook. 3 or 4 times per part. So like maybe 6 to 8 times per hook that melody happens. And that hook happens 3 times. So now we're talking about, 18 to 24 or whatever it may be, or like 18 to 24 times that we hear the exact same melody dip right there. That's the consistency of that melodic structure that is going to get people to remember the song. Not every song has to be like that. Songs can have more nuance and more distinctions in melody and differences. More variation is perfectly fine. It doesn't all have to be that consistent. That's more baked into this genre. But at the end of the day, it is that level of repetition of having 18 to 16 to 24 different times that you hear, or 18 to 24 different times that you hear the exact same melody dip is the reason why it's going to be stuck in your head. And that's a beautiful thing to have in like pop, R&B, any genre really, but specifically in pop and R&B. That's so necessary to get people to latch onto your song, especially with a really simple production.
And it might be selfish, but I can't help it. If I can't have you, then nobody can.
So good, man. Y'all show some love to Jackson. Show some love to Hunter here in the chat too. Hunter, I appreciate you so much, man. Always showing love to your family, showing love to your friends, man. Amazing. I appreciate it so much, man. It's incredibly generous. So thank you so much for doing that. And y'all, please go check out. It's on SoundCloud right now, but Selfish by Jackson. I'm sure it'll be hitting platforms soon as I get everything independently organized for them. I'm sure these records will start hitting DSPs and stuff like that. So please show some love. You can check out the stuff that Jackson does have on platforms. It's really high quality. Like I said, they are with a great label. Love Renaissance is a great label out of Atlanta. They do some amazing work. I really like the structure of their label. They're not with them anymore, but they're doing stuff independently and they're crushing it. So definitely show them some love and support. Shout out to Hunter once again for sending this in. Let's keep the music going. We got Vendor in the building. Let's run it. We're going back to back with Vendor. So Vendor, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. I saw you a bit earlier. Just want to make sure that you're present. We got 2 songs. So when we do 2 songs, just for a note for anybody that ever wants to send in a back-to-back or you ever want to send in multiple songs, we will listen to both of those songs back-to-back. Typically speaking, not every time, but typically speaking, the critiques of a song or like what we dig into on the consultation tend to be similar song to song, right? If you have a really, really bright vocal chain or something like that, or something that's brittle and harsh, typically it's the way that you're mixing over multiple songs. So it's beneficial to go back-to-back, song to song, so that we get, we can get a picture of what the mix looks like over multiple records. So you can't always, it's completely possible for you to send multiple songs. Vendor sent in 2 this time. If you ever want to send in multiple songs, we'll play them back to back. That way you can get an idea holistically of what you're doing. And then from there we can of course kind of break down the mix and stuff like that. But let me just make sure Vendor's in the building. I gotta go Pert. I just have to. Got to. Legend. Let me know. Okay, I don't see Vendor in the building. Let's keep it going. Chris, hop in the chat. Chris, I think it's Skinler. I'm pretty sure, or Schindler. Let me know. Chris, let me know if you're in the chat. There's Chris. Beautiful. Let's get into it. Forrest, welcome in. Appreciate you tapping in. Welcome in. All right, let's run it. This is on Spotify. You get a nice little, basically a $10 skip right now by default of Vendor not being in the building. So let's run it, man. Y'all let me know if you see Vendor back in the chat here in a minute. But this is Chris. Light Lift Me Up. Chris, give me all the details. Talk to me about mix. Talk to me about production. Talk to me about the role that you play in your music. Let's run it. Let's run it. I got to move faster. Let's run. Light Lift Me Up by Chris. Is it Schindler? I want to make sure I get it right. Perfect. Come on, Hammond with the B3.
I ain't got the will to live no more, but I got some time to change.
Nice.
Lord, help me from the fooling around I've done. I ain't got the will to live no more, but I got some time to change. Light lift me up and keep me knocking at your door. I ain't half of what I used to be, but I got some time to change. Lord, help me from the foolish things I've done. I ain't half of what I used to be, but I got some time to change. Light lift me up.
Great mix.
And keep
Great
me
mix.
knocking at your door. I need not fear no more, 'cause it's changing now. The revolution's coming, it's
100%.
changing now. Television's on and I got to drown it out. I think I'll live my life instead.
I love that organ.
Carry on, but I got some time.
Thank you. I appreciate you. I love them. More coming. I got like 2 more coming.
Foolish things I am. I ain't got the will to carry on, but I got some time to change. Light lift
Yeah,
me
organ is
up
great.
and keep me knocking
Yeah, no.
at your door.
I sell a lot of stuff. I sell a lot of them and trade them out all the time. I love them though. Those are my babies. I have like another probably 10 of them over here, or like 8 of them over here on the wall. You can't see. I love them.
I need not fear no more, 'cause it's changing.
It's a nice mix. It's a nice mix.
The revolution's coming, it's changing now. The television's on.
Damn,
and I
magic.
got to turn it out.
I would like to get a Hammond in here, like a C1 or a B3, but they're so expensive.
Instead,
They're like $5,000 now.
I ain't got the will.
What's up, Yako? Welcome in.
More, but I got some time to change. Lord, help me from the foolish things I am.
Great piano.
I ain't got the will to live no more, but I got some time to change. Light lift me up and keep me knocking at your door. Light lift me up and keep me knocking at your door. Light lift me up and keep me knocking at your
Beautiful.
door.
Come on. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Hammond B3 in the background. Sounds gorgeous. Man, this is amazing. Y'all show some love to Chris Schindler. It is the same. You can find the artist is right here in the chat. So please show them some love and support. Let's get into it. That's Light Lift Me Up. Just moved to Nashville, started making records, and they're already. I mean, that is the thing, right? Like, obviously, you can make records anywhere. Like, we've moved. We've moved around. I was in Dallas for a little while. We're back in San Antonio, where we, both my wife and I are born and raised. So we're back in here, and I built up my studio here. But you can make music anywhere. True. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much. You can absolutely make music anywhere, but depending on what you are trying to do, having access to local session musicians is really powerful, right? I think there's not like a ton of reasons that you like need to move to Nashville unless you are doing a lot of songwriting and demoing, and you need to be able to have collaborative space for that. That's not just through Zoom. Collaborative songwriting and building demos and stuff like that. If you're a demo session musician, or you need access to professional session musicians constantly, and around you need to go to studios that are gonna have access to it. Obviously, that exists everywhere. Obviously, you can go to any like major major city, even on the outskirts of a major city, and find some great session musicians. But obviously, there's a lot of them there. There's a lot more of them there, and it really makes a difference. So I mean, I'm one of those people that like, why Nashville when everybody went to Memphis? I mean, I know so many people. I know so many people in Nashville. Even though I'm not there, I've been a couple times, and it's a cool place, but it's not necessary. But obviously, the access is going to be one of the reasons why. Pete, thanks for the follow. One of the reasons why people want to move there. If you want like this, they moved to Nashville immediately, made a great record, had a great studio with great session musicians that had all of the stuff. He didn't have to buy a $6,000 beautiful condition Hammond B3 with a Leslie. He didn't have to spend $45,000 on a Steinway Baby Grand. They just have it. They someone else blew that money, and they can tap into that ecosystem a little bit easier. It's a lot easier to do that when you're around that space. Of course, man, not every day I see someone with an M147 tube. Dude, I love this microphone. It's not every day that someone knows that it's an M147. So shouts to you, man. Flowers to you as well. I love this microphone, man. I think it's severely underrated. And it's just not one of the microphones in the conversation. So I love it, man. I've had it for a couple years now. I've contemplated selling it at different times and getting. I almost got it was a C12 VR. I almost got one of those. And sold this one for that. But I love the warmth of it, man. It is so even and mellow and handles processing beautifully, handles compression beautifully. I love it. I'm a huge fan. I use this thing on everything. I've used it on guitars. I've used it on drums. I've obviously used it on vocals. It's awesome. It's a great microphone. All right. Did you do it, Deshi? Did you do it? I'm usually between my manly reference, my C800D and my stream. Yeah, C800D is crazy for a stream. It's funny. People say that all the time because I have like an SM7B and just other microphones that sometimes are just like easy to throw on stuff. But a lot of people be like, wait, why are you using a $3,500 microphone for a live stream? But it's like, dude, it's the mic that I have that I use for vocals. It's already on the stand. It's already over here. I'm not gonna like redo my whole vocal chain just to like put an SM7B or something else on there, even though obviously that's like easy for a dynamic microphone. But the Manly's a beast. I was working with an artist last year. It's like an opera artist. And they for that the chain that we were running was a 1073 SPX into it was an LA2A. So the Teletronics LA2A, the 1073 SPX, and then we were using a Manly Gold. He initially had gotten, I think it was just like a Shure, dude, what even is it? It was like, it's the Shure C80. It was a Shure C80, and he hated it, and he wanted to upgrade to something else. And so this guy randomly, he talks to me. He's like, "Hey, I know we were doing some scratch vocals on the C80, which is the baby. It's not even a tube microphone, but it was the baby C800. They just hope people buy it because it looks similar." Anyways, they were like, "I did some scratch vocals on this, and I just ordered a Manly Gold." And I was like, "What do you mean you just ordered a $6,000 microphone? Like, what do you mean? What do you mean?" He's like, "Yeah, I just decided to bring it in there." And I was like, "Dude, what are we talking about?" Anyways, it sounds gorgeous. The Manly Gold is something else. That is an absolute. It's a phenomenal sounding. It's super bright. But it is a phenomenal sounding microphone. Anyways, that aside, thank you for the heart me as well. I appreciate that a lot. Okay, let's get into it. I gotta finish up the rest of the song. But y'all show some love to Chris, man. Yep. WO73 and the Prina Avalon 737 is classic, man. 737 is classic. That's like the 737 is like the sound of like 2000s pop and R&B. You know what I mean? It's great. It's great. I mean, it's one of those things where like you either love it. It's like any preamp, like any piece of gear. You either love it or you hate it. Like, it's kind of polarizing. I know people that are like, no, it sounds terrible and whatever. And I know some people that adore it, man. Every time that I've ever had a chance to use the 737, it was super even and really, really well structured all the way through the full field. It sounds fantastic, but some people love it and hate it. But the 737, that's like the sound. 737 with like an AI is like the sound of like pop and R&B in the early 2000s. That's killer. Too saturated sounds good. Dude, I like it. I like it. It just really depends on what you're doing. If you want the weight or you want transparency, right? Like if you want transparency, just go with like an 87 into like an API, 412 or something like that. If you want transparency, there's a way to get it. But if you want weight and you want punch and stuff like that, I like the saturation, man. Like I'm in the process. I'm bouncing between two different. Every studio I've had in the 100%. No, 100%. Everybody had it. That was the one to get. And then it became, as like modern pop R&B and rap took off, then it became the C800 1073. That, the CL1B, that became like the standard that everyone wanted. They just saw people that had it, said, I guess I gotta have that too. And now I feel like we've finally gotten back into a place where like people just kind of get what they want. Like one of my preamps, I'm contemplating ordering one right now, is the Chandler Red 47. The tube, dude, it's such a beast, but it's so colorful that to me it's not as transparent or not as versatile as like the BAE that I'm looking at or the SPX that I'm looking at. They're two very different worlds. They both saturate beautifully, both transformer where you can really push that input and it does a fantastic job. It really does sound great. But the Chandler is like. It sounds gore. I mean, these are like what like the Beatles would have used. Like they're warm, they're saturated, they're beefy sounding. But they're a choice. You know what I mean? Like they are something where it's like if you get one of those, it's not transparent. It is a very distinct price. Sorry, it's all price and I got mixed up. It is a very distinct tone. So if you don't want that tone, it's not going to be transparent in any way. It's going to put a lot of color on your record. When my homies kept telling me, "Oh, you need the U87, bro," I'm like, it's cool, but I can't justify the price. Yeah, I like this is the same price as U87. Oh, I know the Buzz Plus. I've worked with a producer that was using one for some of their mastering stuff, which it sounds good. But this is the same price as U87, man. It's the same prices, and I love it so much more. I've worked with so many U87s. Everyone's got one. Every studio's got one. Half the artists that I've worked with are using that, either a TLM 103 or a U87 AI. It's just it's not the mic for me. I don't, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I would much prefer a vintage U87. I think the vintage U87 sounds so much better, so much more even. I really, really like the tone of it. The U87 AI to me is just it's like a little bit too mid forward for my taste. The only way that you really make that work is if you really do saturate it well and run it through a preamp that can handle it. But to me, it is not, and it's not my mic. People love it, but I think I'm going to be honest with you. This is just my hot take. I think most people like it because most people like it, not because they actually think it's the best thing for them. I think that 90% of U87 AI sales past 2010 are because someone else saw someone else using it, not because they actually shot out, not because they actually like tested some things or rented a microphone or went to a studio and found that what was the best mic for them. I think that were the case, people would switch out a lot. If they were blind testing what sounded good to them, I think they would probably stray away from the U87 AI a lot more than they do. Starcast, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Anyways, that's my hot take. That's my hot take. I just think it got popular. Like, dude, Tory Lanez was using one, and so then every like young hold on, I got to do my puzzle in here. Every young engineer was like, well, if I get this, I'm going to sound like Tory Lanez or whoever. And it's like, dude, no, it's not how it works. Different room, different voice, different preamp, different chain. Even preamp to preamp, they're different, man. Like every mic to mic is different. Like, the tubes are different. The warmth is different. Like everything is gonna be different. Never trial and error. It's more just they see it as the industry standard. Yeah, 100%, that's valid. But that's one of the reasons why I got this is I spent like weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, like just watching videos, researching things, testing out different microphones. I shot this out against a couple other different microphones that I had, and other mics that I rented, went and worked with some other artists and tried some of theirs. Like I shot this out a bunch against a couple other microphones in that kind of $3,000-ish range. I fell in love with this thing, man. When I was testing it against stuff, to me, it was just like, it just worked. It kind of worked on everything. It just made things feel like they had body and presence. It felt smooth and silky, not like harsh and resonant and slicey. I loved it, man. I loved it. So anyway, so if you're looking, at least look that direction. If you're looking at the $3,000 range, I would highly recommend looking at like the Lewitt Pure Tubes at the top range. Like I think it's like the 3400 or whatever it is. The Lewitts at the top range are great. The Lowen Audios at the top range are fantastic. Like the Atlantis and some of the higher end ones. Those are absolutely fantastic for around $3,000. The TF51s, like the Telefunken TF series, TF47 and 51, those are fantastic tube microphones for the price. They're amazing. But if people only look like in one direction, they just look for like 87 and that's it. It's game over. But there's so many mics that are so much more versatile, better on so many different sources that people will just, they don't even look that direction. Same reason why I got this, man. I looked at a bunch of different stuff, fell in love with the sound of this one, and I've loved it for years since then, man. It sounds amazing. It's fantastic. 15 years ago, I started with the MXL 990, and man, things that, dude, literally same for me. True, I started with the 770. Literally same story. I started out with the the MXL 770. That thing was like, so noisy. It was just noisy as hell. And before that, I had an M Audio. I don't even remember the number, but it was an old M Audio microphone that you like got for free when you like got the Mbox Mini with Pro Tools, which is the first mic that I had. I had the Mbox Mini with Pro Tools. PT5, baby. And we got like the package that had like M Audio, that some like bulky M Audio microphone, sound like shit, was like all rusted. And then I had the MXL 770, got the TLM 102 just because I wanted a Neumann, even though I hated it. I got the TLM 102, and then I've gotten other microphones and bought and sold different microphones since then. But yeah, anyways, it's fun. Anyway, we gotta get into some. Chef, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate y'all so much. Y'all are amazing. I gotta get through some music, yo. I gotta get through some music. Okay, let me run this from the top. And then Chris, if you're still here, let me know. Sorry, I got distracted. My ADHD is kicking in. Talking about gear, which I love to do as well. I want to make sure that I answer questions as well. But anyways, let's get into it. Shout out to True. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for tapping in, man, and hopping in the chat. I appreciate it. Let's run it. That's right. I could talk here all day. No, you're the same dude. It's ridiculous out here. I just get, dude, don't get me started on synths. Don't get me started on synths. I will spend the next 45 minutes just talking about vintage synths. So if y'all dare, we literally, when like some of the OGs in here, they call it the S word. They're like, don't say the S word. Don't say the S word. Or we will be talking about synths for the next hour, and I can't do it. I got things to do, people to see. I got food to eat. So let's run this from the top, Chris. Let's get into it. About Moog, I have one on the way. True. Sorry, I literally just fell for it. I'm like, dude, I've got a grandmother on the way. Anyways, let's run it from the top. It's a nightmare over here, man. It's a nightmare. I love it. It's fun. Let's get into it. Shout out to the Hammond. Shout out to the B3 in the background. Appreciate you.
Got the will to live no more, but I got some time to change. Lord, help me from the fooling around I've done. I ain't got the will to live no more, but I got some time to change. Like, lift me up.
It's so
and keep
true.
me knocking at your
It's
door.
true. It's true.
I ain't half of what I used to be, but I got some time.
Okay, I want to talk about a couple things. This is a beautiful record, Chris. You just moved out to Nashville. You're working with some fantastic, I don't know if any, and you can please let me know, Chris, as well, if any of this production structure is you as well. If any of like the session musicianship was you as well, or if most of it was just at the studio with session musicians, with the producer doing most of it, so on and so on. Let me know. Really great musicianship. The whole structure of this is fantastic. But there's one thing that I want to talk about, again, especially when we get really polished records in here that are tracked well, they're produced well, they're mixed professionally in a great studio in a great space. I want to showcase the things that are happening that are beautifully, beautifully, beautifully done. So I'm actually going to run it from the top. I want to dive into a couple quick details here, or not from the top, from this post intro here. But I want to dive into a couple little details in here, and then we'll dive in.
Got the will to live no more, but I got some time to change. Lord, help me from the fooling around I've done. I ain't got the will to live.
And the thing I want to break down here in just a second is the stair-stepping of dynamics through production structure. It's very, very subtle, and it's very tastefully done. It's really, really, really nice. For those of you asking about music, we are closed for today. This is our last handful of songs here before I get off the live. I will not be live. I got too many projects tomorrow. I won't be live tomorrow. I don't think I'll be live Monday. I've got a big batch of clients right now. I got a finished work for. So I'll most likely be live maybe Monday, but most likely Tuesday. Like most of y'all know, know if you've been here before, I do these lives kind of intermittently after I'm able to finish up my clientele for the day and like finish up mixing and producing and session work and stuff like that. So I will be live, not tomorrow, maybe Monday, most likely Tuesday. And if I can finish up some projects early, then I'll go ahead and go live for a little bit on Monday. But I'm not positive. I'm not positive if I'll be able to do that. But anyway, so for those of you who are asking, about songs, everything's at the link in my bio. But I'm closed for today. Man's even rocking the Utopia on his head. They're the clear MGs. Close. You're very, very close. The Focal clear MGs. I love. They're stupid expensive. Worth every penny. Worth every penny. If you need to reference in different environments and mix in different environments, this is like taking the best studio in the world with you everywhere you go. Which I know people would maybe argue for the VSX or something, but I think these are the best sounding headphones in the world. Clear MGs by Focal, phenomenal. I've had them for a couple years as well. Just nuts. Another level. I've never heard better headphones, and I tested a bunch. Obviously, I've like if I'm tracking instruments, I have like the BT7 or DT770s and classics that M50Xs and stuff like that. They're just nuts. They're amazing. But I tested these against, I was looking at the NDH30s, which are the open backs from Neumann. The NDH30s are probably the next pair they're half the price of these, but they're the next pair that I would look at. If I didn't get these, I'd probably go with those. I think the NDH30s are phenomenal sounding. But once I put these on, dude, when the first time I like listened to these, I was like teary-eyed, man. They are just so incredibly beautiful. They just sound, you just hear details in your own music that you're working on and just in music you're just enjoying. And in a way that I'd never experienced before. Man, they're phenomenal. Worth it. I mean, no, stupid expensive, but worth absolutely every penny. Especially if you get paid to make music, then that's different. Like for the average consumer, if you're just like an audiophile, then maybe maybe you would dig into that. But man, just as someone who works on music a lot, they're such a beautiful pair. Okay, here's the thing that I want to dive into. Are you running a tube headphone pre for them or just pure circuit? Yeah, I'm just going straight into the audio fuse. So the hub of my studio is an audio fuse 16 rig because I have like 15 synths in here. So a lot of I have everything live all the time. I'm redoing some stuff, so it's not live right now. But since I have a lot of like a live drum set, guitars, rigs, stuff like that, and then all my synths, I have it live all the time. The 16 rig is just phenomenal for that, especially for the price. Super transparent, super clean. So I'm just running that pre straight out. And dude, just killer. No, I've had no issues with headroom, no issues with like coloration or anything. They're beautiful, man. All right. Here's the last thing, Chris, with the song right here that I want to talk about is the build above dynamics right here. Obviously, really clean. I mean, tracking, great musicianship. The session musicians are awesome. The studio is great. We're at B flat major here. Like the main structure of the song is so clean. It's so pure. And what I love about this, again, this is just what I want other people who are not, who are maybe still struggling to build dynamics in their song, and how they do that is what I call stair stepping, where it's just adding or taking away maybe one or two very minute elements within the song so that the song never feels looped, it never feels sterile, it never feels like it stagnates in any way because there's constantly a little shift of energy. It's just stair stepping up, right? So the whole first A section of this verse is just like electric guitar, the bass, you have a strumming electric guitar, kind of a Stratocaster in the middle of the mix. You've got a nice bass, organ in the background, and the drums carrying most of the energy there in the outside of the mix. But then from there, B section of the verse, all they do is they just add in a piano right here in the background. It's all they add is a piano, and it's just enough of a stair step that your ears don't adapt. They don't, again, the mix itself doesn't sterilize, it doesn't stagnate, but the mix always feels kind of alive, especially with real instrumentation like this. The mix feels alive, it ebbs and it flows, and it has a great response in the mix because the mix all of a sudden feels a little bit wider because we have a nice, beautiful like stereo. It's like a stereo mic on an upright piano, so you get this beautiful stereo that comes in because the other guitars are in mono. They're a little bit or closer to mono, so the mix comes from feeling a little bit tighter. Most of the drums are in mono. Kick, snare down the middle is pretty mono. The overheads aren't super wide, although they do have stereo imaging. They're not super wide at all. So most of the mix is in the middle, mono vocal in the middle, and then those guitars in the middle. And then all of a sudden the piano comes in and it just wakes up the mix in a really, really subtle way. When are you doing a production live stream? Tep, I want to, but TikTok keeps shutting me down. As soon as I switch, I just had to change my screens too. I had to switch them around. As soon as I switch to Pro Tools, like you've seen me do, and I switch and I show people the plugin, or I show people kind of what I would do on their song. As soon as I do that, for whatever reason, within 3 seconds, I get knocked and they pull me off the For You page and they say my live is unoriginal content. Literally the other day when I was like doing synths, I was like live playing synths, and because I switched over to another screen showing Pro Tools and stuff like that, they shut me down and they pulled me off the For You page. There was 4 people in here, and I was like, I don't know what to do with that. So maybe I'll try it again in the future, but I don't want to get like notches. I don't want to get knocked off the For You page. I don't want to get like suspended or anything like that. I don't know why, but every time I switch to Pro Tools, like screen of Pro Tools, it tells me that it's unoriginal content, and then I get a warning. So I don't know why. I really don't know why that's happening, but it is very, very frustrating. Okay, so what you'll hear here is just the piano coming in, and it's very, very subtle, but it adds just a little bit of energy. And y'all, we're also on what I'll probably do is so I'm live right now on Twitch and YouTube. So we're on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube all at the same time right now. What I'll probably do is I will just stream to Twitch and YouTube, and I'll just have like my phone on TikTok, kind of telling people to go over there. You know what I mean? I'll just let people know that that's where the full stream is, and that we're producing, and I can move the camera around and stuff like that. If I'm like tracking live drums, or I'm tracking guitar, or tracking synths, whatever. And I can show a little bit more that way, but I'll probably have to limit it to Twitch and YouTube, most likely, just because TikTok's too strict with their wording. They're too strict with what you can show. They give you the tools to screen record. They give you the tools to record your screen and show it on here and show links and stuff like that. And then they knock you for doing it. I don't get it. So anyways, that's all besides the point.
No more, but I got
So A section here,
light lift me up and keep me knocking at your door.
and then piano comes in here, subtle,
I ain't half of what
barely there.
I used to be, but I got some time to change. Lord help me from
It's like barely there. You can hear a little bit of a chord interlude there. It's so subtle, but it just adds all of a sudden, there's a little pop of energy, and it makes the mix feel more alive and more intricate. Okay, let's move into the last section of the song. But Chris, this is beautiful, man. You're obviously so incredibly talented. I can't wait to hear more from you. Your song structure is great. Your writing is good. Your storytelling is good. Musicianship is fantastic. And the overall balance of this mix sounds really professional, really vibrant. All of those little decisions to me, those little taste decisions, are done in a way that is really, really professionally executed. You should be really proud of the work that you're doing, man. Sounds awesome. I'm sorry also for that. I get very, ADHD is kicking in, and I get very, very distracted. I do want to make sure that I focus on your track here.
things I am. I ain't got the will to carry on.
Beautiful chromatic walks in here, so it feels jazzy. It has beautiful chromatic movements in here that really opens up the song. It is, again, nothing feels rigid, nothing feels sterile. There's real instrumentation that ebbs and flows in the mix. Beautiful walk downs here that feel very classic to the genre, and your voice cuts in the way that it's supposed to, man. It's, yeah, whoever you're working with, whatever they're doing, man, keep doing your thing.
But I got some time to change. Light lift me up and keep me knocking at your door.
There's the organ. Man, if those weren't $6,000, would love to get one in here. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And also just a great example of the foundation giving so much permission to everything else, because bass, drums, rhythm, guitar, and vocals. What we talk about a lot in this live stream, the non-negotiables of your mix. Like what are the elements that, like, they have to be there, they have to be great, they have to be structured well. Everything else can float around. The non-negotiables of this mix are extremely well executed. So pocket is clean as hell. Pocket on the drums, bass line following the kick and snare patterns are so tight, right? The non-negotiables of the vocal performance, rhythm guitar in the middle, it's there the whole song, and it's really, really consistent. Rhythm guitar, lead vocals and layering, kick and, drums and bass, incredibly tight. Incredibly tight. And what that allows for is for the organ to float in and out of the mix. The lead guitar floats in and out of the mix. The vocal harmonies can kind of come in, they can leave. They can kind of come and go as you please in building the structure of the song, because that foundation is so solid. If that foundation was uncertain and the bass wasn't really tied to the kick, the drum pocket was a little bit iffy, the mix on the, the exterior stuff wasn't that great, the vocal was inconsistent, it would just sound noisy and crazy to add in that organ like crazy. And then layer the lead organ solo with the piano solo at the same time. That would feel crazy. But the foundation is so rock solid and clean that everything else has a lot more freedom to float away and do interesting things, great soloing, great lead lines, because that foundation and that pocket is so tight, is so sharp. So, man, just great. It's great musicians, man. It's a really, really good production structure. What it's sort of a gospel song means a 1980s road trip song. Facts. I nailed it. Nailed it. 100%. 100% nailed it.
'Cause it's changing now.
Great harmonies.
The revolution
organ comes in.
Come and it's changing now. The television's on and I got to turn it out.
Beautiful.
I think I'll live my life instead. I ain't got the will to live no more, but I got some time to change.
And you hear how those dynamics change. We just pull the organ for a second, right? The foundation is so clean that we take away the organ and one other element for a moment, and the mix dives down for a minute. It feels a little bit more suppressed. Vocal takes over, and then organ comes back in. The dynamic shifts, but it's like really subtle choices of those stair steps of add the piano on the verse, take away the piano on the verse, add the organ on the build up, take it away from the next verse, add everything back in on the hook, and the dynamic comes up. It's like really simple, like perceptively simple ideas that are dramatically changing the energy of the song. Most of the progressions and the energy is pretty consistent, but just adding and taking away a couple little pockets in here. Just add this, take it away, bring this back, bring it back in, push this forward a little bit. Those little dynamic shifts right there, they're subtle, but they're incredibly impactful on the energy of the song. Yeah, the keyboard player is the most talented musician. Yeah, they're an absolute monster. From someone who plays keys a lot, that's a monster. that's a fantastic keys player, man. Really, really well done.
Lord, light me up.
Beautiful.
Keep me knocking at your door.
Keep doing it, man. Keep doing it. It's awesome.
Lift me up and keep me knocking at your door.
Let the Hammond breathe. Push it. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh, dude, I love it so much. I love it so much, man. It's beautifully done. Y'all, please show some love to Chris Schindler in the building. The song, I know it took us a while to get through that one. Light Lift Me Up by Chris Schindler. It looks like, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like it maybe is on an album. Let me see. Or an EP. Let me double check here so y'all can go find it. Yeah, there's an EP called Soul and Mind. Soul and Mind by Chris Schindler. It's 6 songs. There's we heard the first song on that EP. There's 5 more songs y'all can go check out. Show it some love and support. Go stream it. Go like it. Go add it to your playlist. Go show them some support. Show them some love. Absolutely love what you do. Make sure that you follow here on TikTok as well. Big shout out to Chris Schindler. Thank you so much for sending that in, man. What a treat. What an amazing, amazing record, man. Really, really well done. Vendor, hop in the chat. Vendor, let me know if you're here. I'll give you a couple seconds here. I know you weren't here earlier, so I'm just gonna double check real quick, just in case. If not, we're gonna go to Vinny. Vinny, let me know if you're in the chat as well. Let me know. Let me know. There's Vinny. Okay, give me a second to see if Vendor's here. If not, we'll go Vinny and maybe close it out with R3trac. Let's see. All right. Yeah, we're closed up today. We're going to be back on Monday or Tuesday. Most likely Tuesday, but Monday or Tuesday. All right, Vinny's in the building. Vinny, I got no notes on this one either, so just drop them in the chat. Let me know what you're listening, or what you're listening to. I know what I'm listening to. Let me know the role that you play in your music. Talk to me about what you do, production, mix, vocals, stuff like that. But this is Downtown by Vinny Marchi or Marquis. Let me know. I want to make sure I get it right. But this is Downtown. This is on SoundCloud. Give me some details, man. Let's get it. It says this track is not found. Hold on. This track is not found. Let me refresh it. Let me try again. Yeah, it says it's been removed. It says it's been removed from SoundCloud. Do you want to double check it and just see real quick? It might mean that it's private. It might mean, well, you can usually send me the private link too if it's not public on there. Usually that works. Song's part of a pop funk album I wrote with a buddy of mine. I sing and produce. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love it. Yeah, I've tried it a couple times. It's not saying the song is attached. If you have the link, or do you have the file? If you have the file, you can upload the file. Go to your submission. I'm not familiar with the artist side of it. It might be a little bit different, but you should be able to add the file instead of the link. So if you have like a WAV or an MP3, you should be able to attach that. Mm. You should be able to attach it to your submission. So if you have the file, you should be able to put that on your submission. So instead of the link. So if you have the MP3 or the WAV, you don't have to send like the link to SoundCloud. You should be able to send just the file to your submission. So maybe see if there's a way. I'm not positive on the artist side. On the submission thing, it's a little bit different than my end. But see if there's a way for you to add the file instead of the link, and see if that works. And then let me know if you have any. It's not letting you. Okay, send it to. I'm gonna type it in the chat here. You got to be a little bit creative. I'll pull it up over here, but send it to. Send it here. See if that works. And read between the lines there a little bit. There's the first part, and then there's where there's the mail tag. Send it there, and I'll pull it up. Let me make sure I got that email pulled up real quick. Okay, I got it pulled up here, just in case. Thank you. I appreciate you, man. Appreciate it. All right. As soon as we get this email in, we'll run this next track. Lost Heart Studio. Welcome in. All right, I'll give it a second to, sometimes it takes a second to load it up. All right, let's see. Is it, if it's a wave, let me know. If it's a wave, just so I know, because it might take a little bit of time to come in. Sometimes it does. Or let me see, something just went to spam. There it is. I got you. This message might be dangerous. Look safe. This beat might be dangerous. I know. I see the SoundCloud link. I don't know why. I think it's like it's not like an email that's come through before. Marked not suspicious, not spam. Come on. All these protections against everything but our data. All right, let's see. Why is this not working? Oh man, I gotta go to sleep soon. I hope to get played before. Wait, which one is yours, Marcus? Oh yeah, dude, I've been calling your name. You're supposed to go like an hour ago. You're supposed to go like an hour ago. I called your name in between the last like 3 songs. Kai, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, technically you're supposed to be going right now. Technically, okay. So I do need, if you're here, I got to run yours. If you're here, because you're ahead with both of your songs. So I need to run yours, and then we'll get into the last ones. Are you here for a little bit? Because yeah, I called you. You might have been out for a little bit. In between the last couple songs, I was calling for it, but I didn't get it. No, you're good. You're good. I mean, let me know if you're good. Let me know if you're good for a minute. I'm gonna run them back to back, so we'll go faster. I'm gonna run them back to back. But yeah, I called him. I was like, man, Vendor's not here. And then you're good. Okay, let's run it. Let's run it. And then I already have Vinny. Let me just make sure this is ready to go, and then retrack. You should be fine. I got yours. Let me just make sure that this is where it's supposed to be. So there. Okay, so I should have. Vinny, yours should be ready to go. I have yours downloaded. Should be ready to go. But I'm gonna run the back to back here, and then we'll get into these next ones here. That way I can keep everything in order. We got Fail Train in the building, so you know the deal. Marcus, give me the details. I know you're half asleep, but let's dive in, man. A little more finished song. I'd like some feedback on mix and maybe arrangement. And then the other one is started this one 20 minutes ago. Need spontaneous feedback, no lyrics as you can hear. Okay, we'll do them individually because the second one's gonna go pretty fast. There's no lyrics to it. So let's get these rolling. All right, I'm glad you hopped back in. Marcus. We don't have to save it.
Spending time being low, leaning too far. I always will, 'cause the time ain't holding up. And I'm not tearing apart the both of us are. Compromise unless you're afraid of every sundown. The sun is free, are you sealing off your need? And you feel the bones in your cheek. Something is strange beneath the surface of your skin. Be on top of your lungs, high or low. High on all desire. Run on it, but only if it gets messy. Stare into this lane. Nothing.
A little arpeggio in the background. That's nice.
I feel it's only just a regular state, sweeter than friends. Nothing I see can get the lovers out of these walls sooner than fear. Nothing
This is nice.
beneath your feet can hold. It's only words, moving sounds, pulsing pressure. Well, I can hear, but cannot catch a single phrase. And I'm not all in a haze. Something is strange beneath the surface of my skin. Be on top of your lungs, high or low. High or low. Run on it, but only if it gets messy. Stare
There we go.
into this lane.
I was waiting for a little higher register here.
Nothing I feel it's only just a regular state, sweeter than friends. Nothing I feel
melody following there. Let's go, y'all. Show some love. That is Marcus Gunner, who's right here in the chat. That is Vendor is the group name, or is the band name here. But it's Failed Train by Vendor. I'm going to try to move at a faster pace. I've been talking a lot through the course of the live, but I gotta get out of here at a good pace. So we're gonna move fairly quickly. So let's run it back from the top. Let's get straight into it, man. I really do like the song structure here. The thing that I think is going to be the challenge for you is dynamic range, because your register stays the same for most of the song until we finally we get like a higher falsetto later on in the song. Dude, I love me some retro wave, vapor, synth wave. Man, that's Kavinsky style stuff. That's my favorite stuff, man. Kavinsky is one of my favorite producers of all time. Time Cop 1983 stuff. Anyways, let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some details here. We're not taking any more songs for tonight, but we will be live again on Monday or Tuesday. So definitely make sure y'all are following, and we'll open up the lines again. It gets, it does flatline a little bit, just because it's the same movement, same progression, and same dynamic range for the most part. Now the bass pushes and pulls a little bit. There is some of that in there, but register wise and like emotion wise, it feels a little bit not sterile, but a little bit monotonous. I would love to open that up a little bit more. It could be done through layering. It could be done through some variations in melody that I think could be really helpful. I was just like waiting for, I think we were like 3 minutes in before I heard like a higher range from your vocal, and I was like, oh yeah, there it is. Like that's kind of what I was looking for. And then it kind of suppressed for the next 30 seconds again. I like the sounds, I like the production, like I like what you're doing vocally, but I think either one or two things. Either we need to like trim this down, not doing a pre-chorus, or not, whatever it may be, or cutting certain parts and slimming it down a little bit, or we need to add more dynamic range to the hook so it feels bigger than it does the verse, so it doesn't feel like it barely comes up and we're right back down. Let's chop through something really quick. We'll get into your second song, and then, because I know you're half asleep, so we'll get into your second song, and then we'll keep it flowing. So also this big bass that comes in here,
Spending time.
I love what it's doing. I love that it's there. Compared to the other bass, it's a little bit hot. So when it comes in, it's a little bit harsh to listen to every once in a while. I do like that it's there, and I like what it's doing. Probably just bring it back by a couple dB. So you feel this dun 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 dun, but you don't get this big pulse that comes into the mix. Just bring it down maybe 2 or 3 dB, I think, just to help kind of connect it to the production again. I think that'll sound a lot better, because I like that it's there, but it does come in a little bit harsh sometimes, a little bit abrupt compared to some of the other elements.
Sundown,
Okay.
the bones in your something is strange beneath the surface of your skin.
Okay, it could be as simple as like add a tambourine here, or a shaker, and then there's some hats in the background and stuff that I can hear. But even adding another high end element, maybe also here, because what I'm hearing is something has changed. Da, 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 da. I'm hearing that register of which is beautiful, but I'm hearing that register of your vocal a lot, right? So most 90% of the song stays there. The layers are also beautiful. Maybe just turn the layers up a little bit and have this have that melody in there a little bit stronger, so it actually takes over the vocal a little bit more, and gives that lead vocal a lot more support. So that'll make it feel higher. It'll make it feel brighter in tandem to having like a shaker.
And you feel the bones in your cheek.
See,
Something is
so like I hear like the movement on the rides and stuff there. Even just another layer of tambourine here.
something is strange beneath the surface of your skin. Beyond top of your lungs, high enough.
Like even just like that little extra high end right here. So now we add in the ride, we add in the extra bass line, the chorus stacks, the lead vocal gets louder and brighter with the stack right there. So now your hook, every time you go back into it, feels bigger, feels brighter, feels higher. That alone will make the dynamics feel more interesting when you go back to the softer verse with no tambourine, no shaker, less of a bass presence, less vocal layering. It'll make the song, now the song's split. Now it's bigger and brighter where it needs to be, and it's lower and slower where it needs to be. And then that in tandem with some of the other stuff we were talking about later on, controlling the bass where it needs to be controlled, so on and so on. That to me is going to be a huge difference, because we need to hear that higher register of the vocal more.
It's only words, something, and I'm not all in a haze. Something is strange beneath the surface of my
Same thing here. So the dynamic goes up. I kind of hear it go up. Like the music gets stronger, you know, in a sense, but then the vocal still is suppressed by the low register. Da 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 da. We're still very comfortable. There's a high octave right there. Push that forward. So when that comes in, it feels really strong. Something has changed. Da, 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 da. It has energy behind it. It has a little bit more presence behind it. That's gonna make those parts when the music builds up, but the vocal's holding it back. Not because it's not a good vocal, but just because it doesn't have the energy behind it. So the music is kind of getting stronger, and I kind of hear it, but I don't feel it. Pushing that vocal is going to give it so much more energy. Let me get into the next little part right here. But that, to me, that's the theme of the song. Beautiful production, great lyrics, good storytelling, great tone. It's warm, it's easy. I love so much about it. I think it sounds fantastic. But it will become boring and monotonous over a 4-minute song if that dynamic doesn't push and pull a little bit more. And there's fairly simple ways that we can open that up. Now we're starting to build up a little bit, but this is like the first time that the song really starts to climax and open up. So having more of that is going to be super helpful. Yeah, and have that same thing where like we can have that vocal more forward. We can have it a little bit more powerful. Like those lyrics right there, like having more force behind that vocal, because your presence is good. Like your actual like emoting behind the microphone, I think is really strong, but it's missing its presence in the mix to allow that to come through a little bit more. So yeah, vocals forward, control on the bass early on, more dynamic range on the hook. So the hook feels bigger, everything else feels a little bit tighter. Beautiful. You're ready to go. Let's get into the next one, man. Really quick, this one will be short too. I know it's a shorter part of the song. Started this one 20 minutes ago. Needs spontaneous feedback, no lyrics. Very, very rough. Don't even remember what I did now. Maybe just, no, I got it, man. We're going to run it. We're going to run it, man. We got it. We got it. Even if it's quick, we'll give it a listen. Maybe just some notes to build out the production in a different way, and we'll move on. We can go faster. I know you want to sleep too, so. It's short too. Let's run it. I got you, man.
Was a little purpose and it always fun. Even though you
Good melody. Love it, dude. Here's the great thing is this is how songs start. Realistically, this is how songs start. This is bro, like 8 shots deep on karaoke night. Like this is how songs start, but this is how I start. This is how, most people start. Just find a melody and you start to build phrasing from there. Love it. Some good melodies.
Always bother me to define love. Always senses. What I need is you. And though I worry someday,
I'm much less phased by hearing this than maybe some other people would that are used to just hearing finished stuff. I'm so used to just hearing, especially when people are sending me raw vocals or I'm collaborative songwriting with someone, like we're mumbling through everything for the first week, so you're good.
Was it really calling for this only call? It's only this fun. Even though you go ahead, it's always in a corner of a gun. And though you get me, so it's only girl, it's only fine. Was it really cool? If only there's a calling blind.
I like that, actually. It's kind of reharmonizing. I like that though. G sharp to F sharp 7. The 7 has the bass line that you have in there.
Always bother me to define love, all the senses. And what I need
I like this progression though.
is you. And though I worry some days, I was all born to belong to before there's someday.
Let's go. Y'all show some love. Okay, we'll run through this quick. So one of the biggest things, the reason why I even started playing chords in the first place is I would love to clarify the bass note and clarify your progression on the verses. And I want you to like your early progression there for the hook, I think, excuse me, is a little bit more defined. I would love for more definition of the chords on the verse. Now, what sounds good to me, tossing it out there, use it if you want to, or just keep doing what you're doing. What sounds good to me is kind of reharmonizing a little bit of what you do right there, and actually doing the G sharp major to when you move, you do an F on the low end. So you have, excuse me, Dejan, welcome, babe. I appreciate you being here. I hope you're doing amazing. Welcome to the live. What you have underneath there is like an F low end. So you have like a 1/3, like G sharp, and then this like 1/3 there. And that doesn't, obviously on piano, that sounds really nice. So on the acoustic, it sounds a little bit muddy with the bass line right there. I would love for you to do an F sharp as the chord. So an F sharp major is the chord with the 7. So that's going to give you this. This is a G sharp 2. It's just a G sharp 2 here. And then there's the 7, right? So I have that F sharp major with the 7, that G sharp 2 to an F sharp 7. That gives you this really, really nice tension in the chords, especially with what you're already playing on the acoustic. If you take out a lot of that low mud and that boominess from the acoustic and we play that chord over it, it sounds really, really nice. So if we're here, let me start it over. There's the F right there. Run it back. Let me run it back. Here. How it gives tension to the acoustic.
Even though you
A little muddy, right? We need to clean it up. That's where we're originally going. The F sharp gives so much more tension. And then we go to the D sharp minor, right? Clean up a little bit. Beautiful. Clarify the progression. I think if you can clarify, because then again, the chords change. It gets a little muddy again. Jillian, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. By the way, does your music also count as the music I like and what you talk about? So we're talking about your music, Soldier. Appreciate you tapping in. So if you make music, you're a producer, you're an engineer, you're a musician, you're whatever it may be, a vocalist, songwriter, session musician, anything like that, or you represent those people, you're a label, you're an agency, you're a marketing director, whatever it may be, and you connect to those things, and you play a role in the creation of music. That's what these live streams are for. These are consultations for artists, producers, engineers, whatever it may be across the board. The line is closed. Jillian, thank you for so much for hopping in. Appreciate you being here. Line is closed for today. I will not be live tomorrow. Maybe Monday, most likely Tuesday. I just got a bunch of projects, a bunch of work I got to finish up. Some sessions I got to finish up this weekend. So maybe Monday, most likely Tuesday we'll be live again. We'll open up the line again. We'll take another handful of songs as far as consultations and stuff like that go, and we'll dive in. I'll be super excited to do that. Okay, now Marcus. So for me, number one thing, it's an early production. We're not obviously not going to. We're not going to touch mix. So the bullet point, man, focus on clarifying progression and creating that tension, because that to me wakes up the song, makes it feel warm, and makes it feel beautiful. If you can really finalize that progression, get it clean, get it distinct, and you'll be ready to go, man. I'm not worried about it. Y'all, please show some love to Marcus. I know we're moving fast. And they got to get to sleep. So thank you so much, Marcus, for sending those in, man. You're beautiful at what you do. You do an amazing job. I give them inspiration and more. Let's go, Soldier. I love it. I love it. Y'all give it, show some love. I can't wait, Chef Boy Beast. Thank you for tapping in. I'll be honored to hear something you're working on too in the future. I appreciate you showing so much love today, man. Being involved, the gifts, man, your generosity. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Let's keep it rolling, man. Shout out to Marcus. Marcus, you're amazing. We love you, man. Let's keep it rolling. We got Vinny in the building. So Vinny, I just saw you, so I want to make sure I get your email pulled up here. Very Vinny in the building. Let's see, where did it go? Here it is. We got the Google link here, so let me see if I can get this downloaded so it doesn't stop on me. And then Vinny, give me all the details. Let me see if I have anything here in the email really quick while this is downloading. I don't think so. Yeah, okay, so talk to me about, you might have said something. Actually, let me see. I think you said an aux. Let me see. No, nothing on aux. Yeah, just remind me really quick because my brain's bouncing around to 50 different things. So remind me really quick what you do in your music if you said it before, and we'll dive into the song. But yeah, everything's at the link in my bio, but the line is closed today. We're gonna be live again most likely on Tuesday, maybe Monday, but most likely on Tuesday. So just make sure you're following. We're live on TikTok, Twitch, and YouTube. So any one of those platforms, make sure that you're following. Make sure that you're subscribed and all that good stuff. Part of a pop punk album I'm working on. My buddy Jason played guitar, bass, and sax. Ooh, let's go saxophone. I sang and produced. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you for the reminder. All right, let's run it. And then R3trac, you're closing us up, baby. Closing us up. Let's go. Come on, Fuzz.
She wanna be the front of Vogue. She got a diamond on her wrist. She got a chain around her throat. She kinda seems out of control. Walking around like she the baddest while she wearing my cologne. And I'll admit, I played the cards. I never asked for all of this, but I fall right in her arms. She going downtown.
Let's go.
And I'll be on the scene. Tell me how you go. Tell me how to please. Tell me all the things you want from me. She going downtown. She part the sea. She moved the crowd. She making up for all the time that she was told she ain't allowed. She wanna be up in the clouds. She got the guys that aren't fun and lining up to turn them down. And I'll admit, I played the cards. I never asked for all of this, but I fall right in her arms. She going downtown. Got me out all night. Woo! She going downtown to see the morning light. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me where you're at right
Appreciate you,
now,
man.
and I'll be on the scene. Tell me how you go.
Next time you submit, I'll give you a
Tell
boost.
me how to
R3trac.
please. Tell me all the things you want from me. She going downtown.
We're close. We're close.
Just tell me what you want. Tell me what you need. Tell me where you're at right now. I'll be on the scene. Tell me how you go. Tell me how to please. Tell me all the things, baby, you want from me. She going downtown. Got me out all night. Tell me what you need. She going downtown. See the morning light. Tell me what, baby. She going downtown. Got me out all night. Tell me what you need. She going downtown. See the morning light. Tell me what you need.
So crazy, man. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Vinny right here in the chat. Beautifully, beautifully, beautifully done. How are y'all? Talk to me about the production on this, man. How are y'all tracking all this? I'm gonna back it up here a second. I'm going to open this again over here. Oh, did the other link did work? I guess the one that you sent through the email there did open up for a reason. Recorded mostly on TL103. Even just like instrumentally, man. I mean, this is like vibrant. This is really well recorded stuff. Punchy, punchy on the sequence drum side. Great musicianship. I mean, brass in the background. Villain, thank you for the follow. Brass in the background. The saxophone. I mean, vocal structure. Come on. Really, I mean, dude, the music today's been nuts. Probably one of the most consistently, excellently musical live stream we've had in a while. Everyone's been so good, man. Like really, really great musical structure, great quality musicianship, well recorded tracks. Like this is beautiful, man. You said you had a kind of a partner on the album as well. Y'all did an amazing job marrying all of these different elements, man. I kind of realized I could sing like Bruno Mars 2 months ago and I'm exploiting the shit out of it. Valid. That's valid. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. Masked Bandit, welcome back in. Good to see you. I hope you're doing amazing. Let's run it from the top, man. Let's get into some of the details here. This is beautifully done. So let's run it. Let's run it. And then R3trac, you get to close us out with a banger beat. Let's go. This is Downtown by Vinny right here in the chat. Man, I can't wait to hear more from you. Very, very, very talented. Let's get into it, man. Let's dive into some of the details. This is a punchy, slicey mix. Everything's open. It's wide, super vibrant. The energy is great, man. Absolutely amazing. Doing great, man. I actually have an album dropping in 2 weeks. Congrats, Bandit. Let's go. Congrats to you, man. It's a big deal to put yourself out there like that. I love it. Let's run it from the top. Right off the bat, it's just tone. Come on. I love it. The bass slide does everything. It's beefy, it's meaty. I like it.
She wanna be the front of Vogue. She got a diamond on her wrist.
And it's just it's a classic. Villain, we're closer today. Everything's at the link in my bio, typically speaking. Make it really easy. Submissions, you can see the lines, see the cues, see whatever there for both lines that we're in. But submissions are closed for today. We'll be back again probably Monday or Tuesday. Tuesday for sure, if not Monday if we go a little bit earlier. Aiton, welcome in. Aiton, you came at the right time, man. This is some good music. Man, Aiton, the music today's been nuts. Just quality's been out of this world. But tone is great. And this is, again, like a lot of times it's not just about complex for the sake of complex. It's also just what you do with that, right? Like this is very simply like a D minor to a G minor for like most of the song. Downtown to the G, like most of the song is kind of right there. And it's just using that format from the D minor to the G minor and playing within it. It's nothing crazy. There's nothing crazy. It's not like mind blowing, but it's pocketed well. Tone is fantastic. The execution of that simplicity makes it sound so tight, Like it's beautiful. Because we're also following that incredible tone on the bass with a little bit of like wah. It's like filtered out, a little bit of wah on the outside. It sounds like almost like an auto wah on the outside right there with the double tracked electric guitars on the outside. So you get this almost like clavinet style, you know what I mean? Like clavinet style, filter on the outside that just gives it this nice pop in the mids, but it's really amplifying that, the C, D right there. It's amplifying that with what's happening on the vocal. I got RC20 a few days ago and slapped it on everything, saturate the shit out of everything. Eighth, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Shout out to RC20, man. RC20 was one of the, not the first, but like it was just one of the first fun plugins I got years ago. I don't know, like a decade ago or something. I got RC20 and I was like, dude, my life has changed forever. I can just make everything crunchy. I can make everything crunchy and sound old. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful day. I still use that plugin all the time. Still use it all the time. It's so good. Little slap. Again, very, very like authentic sound. A little bit of slap delay on the outside of the wall with the electrics right there. Beautiful, man. Such great production structure. I love it.
She wanna be the front of Vogue. She got a diamond on her wrist. She got a chain around her throat. She kinda seems out of control. Walking around like she the baddest while she wearing my cologne. And I'll admit, I played.
Okay, I'm gonna say this is not out yet, right? This is coming out later on. I'm gonna say something that is a taste thing. It is strictly my perspective on what I'm hearing that to me would allow you a little bit of range to grow the song, and a little bit of space to grow the song dynamically, so it doesn't feel like too much is happening too fast. Gut reaction, I would rather not have the shaker for the whole A section of the verse, and then until you do your modulation, until like the key shifts right there, we go up a half step, until that happens, bringing the shaker there. I like the boom, 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 dun, dun, just like tight, rigid, super, super punchy. What's up, Javier? Welcome, man. Appreciate you being here. Thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate it. I would love for the first part of the like literally just try it by muting it. You know, like this is literally how sometimes I try dictating dynamic range, as I'll just like start muting things and unmuting them and see if they like add or take away a little bit. My imagination, and it's been wrong many times, but my imagination is that if we tighten up the first part here, it matters more when you grow later on, right? Like if we keep this a little bit like tighter and punchier, it's just like kick, snare with the guitar on the outside, with the bass line in the middle, super punchy, driven really well. And then when there's the modulation, we add in the shaker, and the energy does actually shift when you change that progression right there. It makes it feel the song's like a little bit more alive. It's not like all in too fast, where it's like as soon as we come in, there's like high end, there's low end, there's bass line, there's top. Like it gets, there's a lot of energy right away in the first verse. In my imagination, it'd be nice to like restrain a little bit by just having like low end kick and snare, like punchy, nice and slicey, and then add in shaker as we go, just to give it a little bit of room to dynamically grow.
Got a chain around her throat, she kinda seems.
Like with that shaker, to me, I already feel like we're like second verse, you know, like there's already a lot of energy. There's a lot of hype in the high end. There's a lot of movement between all of the different elements. It'd be nice to restrain just a little bit.
Diamonds on her wrist, she got a chain around her throat, she kinda seems.
It still sounds great. It's just a taste thing. Still sounds great.
Walking around like she the baddest while she wearing
And then maybe
my
add it
cologne.
here.
I'll admit, I played the cards, I never asked.
Like add it in right, you know, try it out. Add it right in that section right there, and to see if it doesn't give it a little bit of space to move.
For all of this, but I fall right in her arms, she going downtown.
This is spotless. This is beautiful right here.
Got me out all night.
Come on.
She going.
Beautiful counter melodies in the brass. Dun, 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 dun. Come on, so good. Like, oh, this is so good. That's why, like, I barely even wanted to say the shaker thing. It was like, you could put this out tomorrow and it would be beautiful, it'd be gorgeous, and literally no one can say anything about it. It's gonna do well. Yeah, I hear things, I'll spit it out there, but you know, don't even if that doesn't feel like it connects or anything, don't even worry about it. It sounds so good, man.
Downtown to see the morning light.
Harmonies, so good, so good.
Just tell me what you want, tell me what you need, tell me where you're at right now, and I'll be on the scene. Tell me how you go, tell me how to please, tell me all the things you.
You're doing a great job. I can't remember who you said was if you mixed this yourself or if your partner in it mixed it. You're dealing with a really, really bright. I have a TLM 102. I've used the 103 many different times. It's a bright brittle microphone a lot of times, or can be, depending on the source. It can be frustrating to deal with sometimes. You're doing a great job de-essing and saturating this vocal. You have to, in some senses, really, really saturate the vocal in order to overcome some of that and fill in some of the harmonics. You're doing a great job mixing a 103. I have a 102, and I've had many other different microphones, used many other different microphones. They can be kind of a pain sometimes. They're still good mics, but they can be a little bit of a pain. You're doing that saturation keeps that vocal really, really forward. It keeps it warm. It keeps it really, really engaged in the mix. It feels full. It feels vibrant. You're doing a fantastic job, man. Seriously, that's not like the easiest mic to deal with, or you just have to do a lot to it in order to get it to sit where you want it to in a mix. You nailed that part. Man. It sounds great. I mean, I would love to hear your voice on a good 2 microphone too, that where you don't have to do as much like signal degradation in order to get it, where you want it to be. A solid 2 microphone, especially a good beef, like a TF-47 would be beautiful on your vocal. A solid, a solid 2 microphone that can handle a lot of like low end energy, good presence and SPL from your vocal, I think would be awesome to hear. But man, you got a great structure here, man. That's awesome. Happy Sunday, Danny. Appreciate you hopping in. It's going well. We're about to close up the live, but yeah, we're doing well. I appreciate you tapping in.
From me. She going downtown.
Beautiful.
She part the sea. She moved the crowd.
Great dynamic. This is some of that. I mean, we're not necessarily talking about this earlier on, but this is the kind of restraint of the dynamics that I love, right? Pulling out in a lot of these elements, we take out the high end, we go to the bass, we restrain a little bit, and then when it comes in, it like matters so much more. When when we come back into the space, the bass comes back in, the shaker comes back in. It feels so much more intentional because we restrained for a second. Different story from the last time, you know what I mean? Like, you know, different story from the first, you know, the first part of the song. But that's what I love about what you're doing is that level of restraint and then coming back in gives you such great punch.
She making up for all the time that she was told she ain't allowed. She wanna be up in the clouds. She got the guys that aren't finest lining up to turn them down. And I'll admit, I played the cards. I never asked for all of this, but I fall right in her arms. She going downtown. Got me out all night.
We're closed for today. We're going to be Black Life Monday or Tuesday. So if you want to submit, then just make sure that you're following and we'll open up the lines again then. Beautiful brass work is amazing. Yeah, dude, this is you look very, very professional, man. This sounds awesome. I can't wait for it to be out. Can't wait for people to experience it. I hope you get everything that you need out of the song, man. It's going to be great. Let's get into the saxophone for a second. I love a lot of 80s. I mean, 80s is kind of my jam. I love 80s music. So anytime I get a chance to hear some sax on a song, it's such a treat. So let's get into the sax solo here for a second. We'll close out the end of the song. This is beautiful, man. Very, very well done.
She going downtown.
Nice. Give it a little more pop in the mix. Thank you, Seth. Appreciate you.
Just tell me what you want. Tell me.
There's a little panning movement in the background too. Again, there's a lot of tasteful things that are happening here. Lead solo, punchy, and then some of the plucks coming in the background right there from the same, you know, from the same saxophone, but they move left to right. There's a little ebbs and flows in there. It's beautiful, man. I love it. I mean, it's polished. It's polished, man. I like it a lot.
Tell me what you need. Tell me where you're at right now. I'll be on the scene. Tell me how you go. Tell me how to please. Tell me all the things, baby, you want from me. She going downtown.
Great delayed hit right there. I was hoping as we were getting out of that like bridge right there, I was hoping you'd have a I was hoping for a delayed hit and you supplied it. I was like, it's like one thing you're kind of itching for in this style of music is those funky delayed hits going into like your last hook or a solo, whatever it is. You did a beautiful job of executing that. It was actually even more delayed than I thought. We had a delayed hit on the one and then shifted again, one other hit before we hit right after that. And it's so well done. It's so well done. I'm going to back it up. We're going to run that one more time.
Baby, you want from me. She going downtown.
Yeah. Yeah, I do agree. Now that I'm focusing on that too, I do agree that trumpet being in mono right there, it just can't compete. It's there and it sounds good. What's there sounds good. It just can't compete with how wide everything else is. Everything else is so vibrant, it's so loud. It can't hold its own. It's so tucked in the background in mono. So I do agree. Doubling that up will be nice to have a double track of that.
Going downtown.
So good.
She going downtown.
Yeah, you can always, like we were mentioning like before with like adding the shako here, you can always stair step, right? Like obviously that's popular in a lot of like pop and rock. Single tracking guitar and then opening up in stereo, going from mono and then splitting to a double track or a stereo track. Right? Like that's easy, right? Like those are easy decisions to see like what is going to actually open this up in the way that, you know, makes the most sense for you. What's up, Extra Tone? Welcome in. It's called Downtown. It's called Downtown by Vinny. He's over on TikTok. So, dude, it's fire. It's so good, man. Please show some love to Very, Very Vinny over on TikTok. The song's not out yet. It's not out yet, but it's beautifully done. Man, I'm just blown away, man. The quality, the musicianship, the execution. It is so well done, man. You deserve all the props, all the flowers in the world, man. So please show some love to Vinny. Very great, Vinny. Very, very Vinny. It's amazing. Dude, I can't, I mean, this is not even final. This is such a beautiful record, man. I cannot wait to hear more from you. You're wildly talented. Wildly talented. Y'all definitely check out Vinny. Vinny, let me know if you have music on platforms. Let people know where they can find you, where they can support you, so on and so on. Definitely show them some love and support. For those of you asking about music, we're closed for today. In fact, we're about to hear our last beat of the day by R3trac Beats, so stick around for that. But we are closed for today. We'll be back live again either Monday or Tuesday, most likely Tuesday. Sunday, I will not be going live. I'll just be working on other projects. So definitely, if you want to tap in, you want to get your music heard, you want a full consultation or a breakdown, whatever it may be, then definitely tap in on either Monday or Tuesday. But either way, make sure that you're following or subscribed on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok. Vontae's in the building. Why do I always miss your lives? Dude, I've been live for a lot, man. I've been live a lot. But I tapping on Tuesday, man. Tapping on Tuesday. If you want to get notified, just so you know, on Instagram, I have a group. I have a group where every time I'm about to go live, I let people know. Do you like Kanye? Do you like Kanye West? Not as a person. If I catch up you, can you play it? No, I gotta get out of here, man. I'm already later than I thought I was gonna be today. I gotta hold it. But I will be live again later. We'll be live again later, either Monday or Tuesday. But if you shoot me, if you DM me the word group on Instagram, I'll add you to the group. Every time I'm about to go live, I let people know like 5 minutes in advance, 10 minutes in advance, so they can start getting their submissions in. Sometimes I'll even open up pre-submissions to the live so people can get in early. That way you know your song's going to be in the mix. But y'all show some love one more time. Let's get into it. This is R3trac. This is Apologize, a hip-hop beat that I need help with. Need help mostly on the counter melodies. Let's get it. I appreciate you, Vaughn. Thanks for tapping in, man. I appreciate you being here. Let's go. Play the track. Definitely tuned. Yeah, absolutely. I know sometimes, depending on how many people get in for the consultations or how many times, I tried to listen to 4 other different people in the free line. Let me see. Yeah, because we had 21 other submissions in the free line. But that's where I wasn't able to get to as many of those as I thought I was going to get to today. But we'll definitely open it up again. And hopefully, I mean, I tried to get through 4 of them and then nobody came in, so I just went back to getting through the skip. So I'll try to listen to a few more of those on Monday or Tuesday as well. All right, let's go R3trac. R3trac, you know the deal. Please. I'm just going to make a song out of voice memos where like every little part of the voice memo is like sampled into a kick and a snare or something like that. Just for magic. All right, this is Apologize from R3trac. Let's get into it, man. That's what I was saying, Chef. If you want to get notified, because I can't notify everyone who wants to get notified. Otherwise, it's just crazy. It's because over the course of the live stream, there's like 1,500 people, 2,000 people that come through. And so there's no way for me to notify like everyone that's ever, because that's going to be 25 different people per stream. Every 4 days that I do a stream, that's 100 people that want to get heard. So I have to just have people in a group that I notify. So for one, make sure you have live notifications turned on, which you can do actually on TikTok. You can like I don't know exactly where it is on TikTok, but you can turn on notifications to where when I go live, you're notified. It'll say, Torvik's live. Come join the vibes or whatever it is. And that will let you let you know immediately. Or if you want to join the group, just DM me the word group on Instagram and I'll let you know before I go live. That way I lock in. Beautiful. All right. This is still raw. Torvik calls me on my landline before he goes live and sings my favorite song. That's actually true. Magic is just special. He's got the hookup as far as getting the early voice line calls. All right, let's get it. We got some like Fantasia D50 stuff in the background. That's a different pace than I was expecting. A little hyper poppy. Yeah, exactly. Let's go, R3trac. commercial stuff too. Yeah, get some more hyper pop energy in there. I like that synth bass. Facts. Get some like bit crushed filtered stuff on there too. Facts. It's time for retrack. Let's go. Michael, welcome in. Appreciate you tapping in. Last song of the day, y'all. Show some love. And again, this is Raw. E-Piano 1. I know it already has, I haven't told too many, but I'm about to order, one of my favorite vintage synths, hopefully this next week. And it's got some of the most classic sounds out there, and I can't wait. I've been wanting one forever, so I'm excited, man. I'm excited. Any chance I can pay for you to play my track? You'll be able to do that on Monday or Tuesday, but I can't do it tonight. I'm already like an hour later than I thought I was going to be. So that's why I have to limit it. I got to close it up and just get to who I have on the consultation side. But I will open it up. Either Monday or Tuesday again, and then y'all can get in the consultation line. Again, the free line is up to 2-minute listen and then a quick spin, right? Or just like a quick note, like, hey, fix this one little thing. But it's only up to 2 minutes of the song and then a quick little spin like that. On Monday, or if you want to get the full 20 to 30 minute deep dive, we talk back and forth. We get into the full structure of the song. That's on the consultation side, and that's where we dig into the details here. And that's where I make sure that I get to everyone that's in that list, especially. Still try to dip down into the other one as much as I can, and then in between, I'll try to do as many as I can. All right, but retrack. Let's get into it. Once again, this is a rough track. This is an early demo. So please show some love to retrack. Now, retrack is the family. That's the mod squad. Shout out to retrack. That is one of the legends in the building. So please show some love to retrack. He makes and sells beats, so definitely reach out to him if you're interested. And this is different, right? This is a little more poppy. He makes a lot of, lo-fi house. I've heard of everything: lo-fi house, R&B, hip hop, and a lot of different spaces. I've heard some drill. We've heard it all. But retrack is great. So definitely show some love. Reach out, buy some beats from him, send him money, just send him cash. I don't know. That's the family. Show him some love and support. It's tough out here. All right, let's run it from the top. I know the main thing you're kind of looking for is like a melodic structure, kind of melody and stuff like that. That's kind of what I want to dig into too, because obviously the main structure, the progression's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but it definitely needs that identifiable portion of the song that's not just the progression, but is like the lead element that says like, oh yeah, this is this song by whatever artist purchases this, right? But it's retrack's beat. This is the song that I know and love based on what I'm hearing. It needs that identifier, and that's kind of what I want to dig into as well. Send them some Nestle Bunch of Crunch. That's facts, dude. Please do. I need a P.O. box for y'all to send me candy and shit. And then is it Kai or Kel? And it's ZX. Thank you so much for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Line is closed. We'll be live again Monday or Tuesday, so just make sure that you're following. And we'll dive in. All right, let's get into it. One of the things I would pay attention to, this is something that I'm always trying to keep in mind, whether it's a sample in the background or whether I'm like building something on the synths, is like keep in mind some of like the natural things that are happening in the beat and then complement them, right? So again, this is not a rule. Sometimes I'll build a melody first. Sometimes I'm working off a sequencer or an arpeggiator first, and then give some creative thing, and I print it and I chop it and I make it work. But in this case, like pay attention to the sample, pay attention to kind of what's happening in the instruments in the background. One of the things that I'm picking up on, is you have this B flat minor is kind of the main tune, dun, 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 right? right? That's the main, progression there. This B flat minor that we have here, its second is happening the entire time there, right? So you have this like C early on that holds from there. So what I would do in order to just complement what's being sampled, complement what you already have in MIDI, is build your melody with that in mind to be something really identifiable. I'm gonna switch to a synth just for the sake of, let's see, what do I have? What's going on here? We got a Moog. What's happening here? Oh yeah, it's my piano. I switched my screens around. Let's do this. I'm gonna switch instruments here, but I'm gonna just so you can kind of hear what I'm talking about, and you'll get an idea of just what it is that I'm referring to. And then you could do this however you see fit in the structure of the song. But let me pull up. Oh, I've got so many instruments here, and I can see it on the string so much better, on the screen so much better. We're just gonna get into a little pluck here. Let's see. Okay, so this is again, this is obviously, it's not going to sound good with what we're doing, but you're going to get the basic idea. Why is it this not letting me resize anything? It's so annoying. I can't even see the whole synth. This is going to drive me up a wall. Hold on. Why can't I see the whole synth? There we go. There we go. Jesus. All right, let's try this again. I was like, literally, R3trac just like didn't show me half the synth. It was like all cut off. I'm gonna add the chorus to it, and then I'll bring down the volume quite a bit here, and you'll get kind of what I'm talking about by just using the C. The C, that's the C that I'm kind of referring to, and then I'm just going to kind of off a square with the Juno here, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. So you hear that? Bah, right there in the background. That's what I'm listening for. How can we complement that with your counter melodies and your lead melodies? Right, there's a C, C, dun, dun. Hits in every time. Dun, 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 dun. So if you whatever that might manifest as, whenever you're producing this out. But it's that idea of like, that's already built into your samples. It's already in some of your MIDI in the background. So it's like finding some of those lines in there and just allowing them to pop through. I'm going to open this up just a little bit more. Oops, hold on. Let's move it over here. As far as what that does, it's just using that C, since it's baked into your sampling, as kind of the core that you can kind of fall back into by having that seventh right there, or the second on the B flat minor. So that's however you do that. Find some of those roots that you can kind of come back into, so that it doesn't feel like you're too disconnected with your melodies, but it actually complements some of the other things that are kind of coming back into play. Throw it out. Okay, let's get a little bit deeper in here. following some of the melody, and then maybe empty out a little bit for the verses. Like the verses can just be space for vocals, harmony, stack, stuff like that. But having like a complementary melody over your sample, over the verse, I think is going to be really helpful. And again, something simple, but the main tool just being like, we need something that complements it. We need something that like bridges that gap, because that second there is, it has like a good amount of tension to it. So if it's left on its own in the pad and some of like that lower sample right there, it's going to feel a little bit muddy. It's going to feel less intentional. But if you then complement it and like make it more like, you kind of force it, you like force it into the mix a little bit more by like putting it in some of your lead melody lines, that does help it, you know, really cut through and make it feel a little bit more intentional when you do that. And you could follow it. You have a square in the background there too. You could follow it in the background and make sure that feels a little bit more connected too. And back to verse here. And then here you might even want to like simplify lead melody. Again, leave some space for vocals. You might not even want the square in the verse. You might just like let it come in halfway through the verse until you get back to the hook again or something like that. Because there's now like a lot of energy in that top end between like the bells in the background. The drums are really snappy. They're really, really bright. You have the lead square right there, some other reverbs and stuff like that. So just make sure there's, I mean, obviously as you get through this, make sure that there's just room for the vocal to execute right there. But I don't think you need to fill in too much with other melodics here unless you just want to fill in a little bit. The main thing for me is like your hook and kind of where you take that. Right here. Right, like that's where you can bring in those melodies and counter melodies again to where it beefs up a little bit. And this also is, I don't know if this is how you've structured it. This would definitely be a hook right here though, because we just ended this like verse 2 right here, technically speaking. It's like verse 1, big hook, bringing the melody. So like intro, bringing the melody, first verse, big hook, bringing the melody there or counter melody there. Go back to your second verse, slightly different production, same progression, but production changes a little bit. And then you do like a little lower breakdown here. This is like first part of a hook right here. And this is where, pre-hook at this point. If you're going to do a pre-hook, it'd be helpful to have a different progression probably there, just because since it all sounds the same, right? It's all the same, B flat minor, F sharp major, C sharp major, like it's all the same progression. So it's going to be harder to feel like something is like pre or post if everything's like really lined up the same. So what I would do, I'm going to switch back to the piano for a second, just so I can think a little bit more clear. So if you're going to have, that's with the piano, sounds kind of cool. Nice layer. Let's turn that off though. So if we're going to be here, don't do that. If that's going to be like the main progression there, and the whole verse is the pre, you might want to just do, you know what I mean? Like we might need to just shift the energy there for a second, because I think if it's too much of like the same sound design right there, it'll just get monotonous because you're hearing the same progression. And it's really reliant on the vocal to find something really interesting there, which I think will be more difficult to do. So maybe if you do want to make it a pre, you could definitely do that. But I also could see a world, you don't have to do this, of course, but I could also see a world where you do end the verse right there and you go straight into a hook, but it just starts with the low part of the hook, right? It just, build this up here. You just go here. And that's the first part of a big hook. Like that to me is also like a really common pop intro to the hook, where they start the verse or they start the hook low, and then the rest of the hook kicks in, and then it's like instrumental outro from there. You don't even necessarily you can of course have it. It's totally valid, but you don't even necessarily need a pre-hook right there in order to like transition right there, because there's not one tip. Now I'm saying typically speaking, you can do whatever you want. There's not really a pre-hook on the first time. So typically it would go like one of two ways, where you have a pre-hook on both, or you have a pre-hook on the first one, but you go faster into the second one. That would be like the more typical structure where you've already done a pre-hook, so we go a little bit quicker into the next hook so we don't drag it out too much. Only having one on the second one is a little bit out of sorts, just because typically you would either maybe just like go straight to a different kind of a bridge, but out of the verse, you'd probably be more, especially in a more typical pop structure, probably go straight to a hook, or make sure that there's a pre for both of them, which is also valid, right? That also, I mean, that makes the song now 3 minutes instead of 2:45. You can gauge whether that's valuable or not. But if you're gonna do a pre-hook there, I would probably do one on the first one too, so that it feels consistent, or make this the start of a hook. Since it's the same progression, make it the first part of the hook, and then when you build up again, it's the main hook. Like this right here would already be full hook, you know, if you did it this way. This is full hook right here. Like that'd be straight into here, and then you would just outro here. Like this would be like your outro instrumental at the end, maybe a double hook or something like that at the end. How you do that is up to you. If this here is a pre, just contextually, if this is a pre right here, then there's like 2 layers of dynamics to the pre, and that makes this pre just as long as the verse. They're both like 8 measures. So the pre-hook is just as long as the verse before you get to the full breakdown here. If this is all pre. Or it's a double verse. Or it's a double verse right here. So that's where I would dig into the structure just a little bit here, and then make, like I said, add a melody that's kind of based. Yeah. So if you're gonna do just a pre, I would have just the low section, to be honest. So it would be like here. If you're and then you go 3, 4, boom, and then this hits. You know what I mean? It would just be like that section. Like the pre, you would just have. Yeah, just the 4 measures. Yeah, just the 4 bars right here. So you'd basically just go. 3, 4, boom, and then this hits, and you cut out that whole little middle section right there, because you end up going straight back into like a whole other beat with the same progression, right? And that's where it just will get monotonous. It'll get repetitive. So it'll be nice if you either do pre straight to hook, like we just talked about. Yeah, and it's interesting because the song's 2 minutes and 43 seconds. It's like objectively not a long song, but dynamically and progression-wise, it can feel repetitive. It can feel monotonous, even though like time-wise, that's a short song. You know, that's a pretty typical song. So it's not that you need to cut a lot of stuff. It's like you either need to have just more changes there, or go straight into a hook after that breakdown. And like I said, that's a low hook into a big hook, and then you do an outro right there. Like when you go big, that's the outro, or a double hook. Or like we were talking about, you just go straight from here, bring it down. 4, 2, 3, 4, boom, and then you're here, right? We just build it up, riser up, and then you hit really hard at the end right there. That will consolidate. That will save you 10 seconds. Now it's a 2 minute and 35 second song. You know what I mean? Like that does, you know, actually, I mean, it probably even saves more than that. So like this starts at like 1:38. Oh yeah, dude, that saves you like 12 seconds ish, 38. No, like 20 seconds. Literally, I mean, if you go straight from pre, and it's only 4 measures. If you go straight from, because right now it's like, I guess like 16 total. If you go straight from a 4 measure pre, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you do a 4 measure pre, it's just the low section straight into a big hook. That saves you 20 seconds. Now the song, especially if you're making this a pop song, you want to sell it as a pop song to an artist. Now you're at 2 minutes and 25 seconds. That's tight. That's really concise. And that's still with 2 minutes and 25 seconds is still with, that's still with a full intro, a first verse, a second hook, a second verse, a pre, and another hook, and a 2 measure outro at least. So you still have like a full pop. It's a fast BPM. So you still get a full pop structure at the same time as cutting some stuff down. Like you're not missing anything. You still get a pre, you still get double hook, you still get double verse, you still get intro and outro while cutting a little bit down. And you're at 2 minutes and 25 seconds. It's sharp, it's punchy. That to me is where I would look. Small restructuring in sound design, and then build a melody with a high element here. Anthony, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Build a high melody based on the C, right? Based off the C, and you always kind of float back down to the C, since that's what happens with your other synths. That's what happens with the sample in the background. That way everything feels super connected. Everything feels super connected. R3trac, you're awesome, man. Dude, it's so fun. I think the most fun thing about R3trac when he comes in is I quite literally never know what I'm about to get. I don't know if it's going to be like a hyperpop song like today. I don't know if it's going to be a trappy. I don't know if it's going to be drill. I don't know if it's going to be like, a cinematic score for a universe that he's building. I never know. Of course, Anthony, yeah, we listen to everything here. Absolutely everything here. We had some great country records today that we consulted on. It was awesome. You never know what you're going to get. It could be a cinematic piece. It could be a score. It could be a whole story. It could be, a trappy to pop song. It could be anything. R3trac is incredibly, incredibly versatile. He makes and sells beats, so please reach out to him. Support the family. Buy some of the stuff that he's worked on. He's amazing. Incredibly versatile. So if you ever need anything that's more interesting or more intricate, then of course you can always reach out to him, man. But that's the family. R3trac's been with us for years at this point. We love you to death, man. Seriously, always got your back. Love and appreciate what you do so much. Amazing, amazing, amazing producer. But yeah, that's going to call it for today. We got to get out of here. I got to get some food in me before I get a raging headache. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Y'all have been absolutely, absolutely amazing today. I appreciate every single submission, all the gifts, the likes, the follows. Y'all have been amazing, amazing, amazing. I will not be live again tomorrow. I'll be live again either Monday or most likely Tuesday, just based on my workload this week and this weekend. So definitely make sure that you're following on Twitch, YouTube, or TikTok. Quick spiel before we hop off. My name's Torvik. For those of you who don't know, I am a full-time engineer, producer, and session musician. So if you ever need that work, I'm really focusing now. I still do a lot of mixing and mastering, but I'm focusing a lot on production structure as well as session work. So if you need hardware, analog synths, I'm about to get my new drum set in here. I just sold 3 of them. Gonna get a new set in here, a new cymbal. So if you need live drums, you need vocals, you need electric, acoustic, or bass guitars, of course, hardware, analog synths, so on and so on, keys, things like that, definitely reach out on any platform. Instagram's usually the easiest for me to get to because I'm flooded with notifications on TikTok after these live, so it's usually a little just easier for me to organize on Instagram. So definitely reach out if you feel up to it. But I love and appreciate y'all so much. Y'all have an amazing, amazing, amazing rest of your evening. Hopefully we'll see y'all very, very soon. Peace.